Chapter 1870. But Zhang Dianhai didn't suspect that Lu Dian was lying. Because Lu Dian came from Songjiang, he knew a lot more than Zhang Dianhai. And since Lu Dian said so, he couldn't be lying. Suddenly, Zhang Dianhai's face turned red and white. He was embarrassed beyond words. Before this, he kept mocking Yang Ming, saying that he was a country bumpkin who hadn't seen the world. But in a flash, he became his boss. It should be his boss's 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 boss. Yang. Brother Yang. Although Zhang Dianhai felt that calling a young man about the same age as his daughter brother was a bit awkward, he had to do it now. This job was not easy to come by. Although it was the headhunting company that had poached him, in fact, it was a facade that Zhang Dianhai had colluded with the headhunting company. He had only taken a fancy to the high technology here and wanted to work here. So, he didn't want to lose this job, so the only way was to lower his head to Yang Ming. Yang Ming originally planned to transfer 100 million to Guan Xiaoxiang after the meal to shock Zhang Dianhai and give Guan Xiaoxiang some face. But he didn't expect Lu Dian to suddenly come and interfere. But Yang Ming didn't mind too much. After all, with Lu Dian here, Yang Ming didn't have to do those troublesome things. Uncle Zhang, my current identity is just Guan Xiaoxiang's friend. Yang Ming looked at Zhang Dianhai and said lightly. Zhang Dianhai hated himself. He really looked down on people. But he didn't realize that there was a god sitting here. No wonder Guan Xiaoxiang dared to come, and no wonder Yang Ming dared to say that Guan Xiaoxiang could get 100 million investment. 100 million with Yang Ming's identity, wasn't it just a matter of a sentence? He actually doubted and mocked Guan Xiaoxiang for not being able to get it. He was asking for humiliation. Of course, asking for humiliation was a small matter. As long as Yang Ming didn't hate him, he was already good enough. But now, what did Yang Ming mean? Did he hate her, or did he not take this matter to heart? Brother Yang, I'm sorry, I didn't know you and little Guan were friends. Otherwise, I wouldn't have tried to break them up. I don't even have time to climb up the social ladder. Why would I break them up? Zhang Dianhai didn't care what Yang Ming meant and decided to reflect on himself first. No matter what Yang Ming meant, self-reflection was never wrong. Zhang Hualan's eyes widened. He stared in disbelief at his father, who had always been high and mighty, lowering his head to Guan Xiaoxiang's friend. Well, what was going on? Zhang Hualan didn't know Yang Ming's identity. She really didn't understand her father's actions. However, she knew that from now on, her father would no longer object to her relationship with Guan Xiaoxiang. Because her father was right, it was too late to climb up the social ladder. Could it be that Guan Xiaoxiang's friend had some sort of super identity? It's nothing. As Zhang Hualan's father, you naturally want your daughter to find a good home. Yang Ming said calmly. But your way of doing things is a bit extreme. No one is born to be successful. Life is full of opportunities. Who knows when you'll succeed? Brother Yang is right. I'll remember that. Zhang Dianhai said quickly. 100 million, to be honest, is a bit too little. Yang Ming shrugged. I'm going to personally guide Guan Xiaoxiang. I think his future achievements won't be limited to this 100 million. Your request is still too little. Zhang Dianhai's face turned red and white. He was very embarrassed and thought to himself, if I knew Guan Xiaoxiang was going to work for you, even if my daughter didn't agree, I would have forced her to marry him. I wouldn't have had to put on this show. Brother Yang is right. I'll remember that. Zhang Dianhai could only admit his mistake. At this time, even Lu Dian was a bit dumbfounded. He finally understood that Yang Ming was here to stand up for Guan Xiaoxiang. And this Guan Xiaoxiang was the future son-in-law that Zhang Dianhai wanted to make things difficult for. Thinking of this, Lu Dian couldn't help but find it a bit funny. This Zhang Dianhai was smart all his life, but this time he was stupid. Brother Yang was going to stand up for himself. How could he be a person with a small achievement? Lu Dian, right? You sit down and eat with us. Yang Ming waved at Lu Dian. You can tell me about the hotel. Okay. Lu Dian quickly sat down next to little Wang. Zhang Dianhai, who was originally sitting at the head of the table, didn't dare to sit now. He quickly walked over and sat next to Lu Dian. Lu Dian and Zhang Dianhai told Yang Ming about the hotel situation. Yang Ming just casually understood. He nodded and stood up. Okay, the development here is good. I'm very satisfied. Little Wang, go back and tell Xiaolu about them. Okay, Brother Yang. Little Wang nodded and took out his phone to record. Thank you, Brother Yang. Lu Dian and Zhang Dianhai were suddenly happy and quickly thanked him. Vice President Zhang, Xiao Xiang and Xiao Lan will go with me later. Is there a problem? Yang Ming called Zhang Dianhai's position this time, so there was a hint of a commanding tone in his words. If Zhang Dianhai didn't agree, then he didn't know how to appreciate favors. Of course, Zhang Dianhai couldn't wait for Xiao Lan and Xiao Xiang to go with Yang Ming. This was simply endless benefits for him. In the future, with his daughter and Xiao Xiang's relationship, his family would be able to soar. Waving his hand, he signaled Lu Dian and Zhang Dianhai not to send him off. Yang Ming only left the hotel with Little Wang, Guan Xiaoxiang, and Zhang Hualan and went to the parking lot. Xiaolan, look, I told you that Brother Yang would be no problem. See now. Uncle Zhang finally approved of us being together, Guan Xiaoxiang said excitedly. Brother Yang, thank you. Zhang Hualan wasn't as excited as Guan Xiaoxiang. Instead, she first came to thank Yang Ming. It's nothing. This is what I promised Xiao Xiang. Yang Ming smiled. Let's go. Let's find a quiet place and talk about your future development. Brother Yang, you are too kind. I, Guan Xiaoxiang, will follow you for the rest of my life. Guan Xiaoxiang was a little excited. You can't abandon me, right? Hee, I won't. Yang Ming smiled. Boss, when Xiao Lan and I have a child in the future, how about we let him acknowledge you as his godfather? Guan Xiaoxiang said eagerly. Then arrange a marriage for our child? Yang Ming was a little speechless. Aren't you thinking a little too far? Chapter 1871. It's not that far away. Xiaolan and I will get married after we graduate next year, and we'll have kids next year. Then we can get married before we're even born. Guan Xiaoxiang was too excited today. He had never felt so proud before, so his words were a little jumpy. Then you won't be able to make it in time. I still have to wait a few years. Yang Ming was a little speechless. You're thinking too far ahead. Then boss, do you have any nephews that are that old? You can introduce them to my future baby. Guan Xiaoxiang was too agitated today, so all he could say was a bunch of nonsense. Not at the moment. If I do, I'll introduce them to you. Yang Ming said helplessly. That's great. Then boss, we'll be in-laws from now on. You'll have to help me. Guan Xiaoxiang was not stupid. Although he was a little inflexible, he knew that as long as he followed Yang Ming's footsteps, he would definitely achieve something in the future. Zhang Hualan, on the other hand, blushed. She was still an unmarried girl, and Guan Xiaoxiang had already planned for a child. This made her very embarrassed. She glared at Guan Xiaoxiang and pouted. What are you saying? Who's in such a hurry to have a child? Of course it's you. Your dad already agreed. What's there to be afraid of? Guan Xiaoxiang said matter-of-factly. Then I won't have one. I haven't even started my career yet. If I have a child, it'll be a waste of time. Zhang Hualan shook her head. Can't you be a little more serious? How am I not serious? Don't you have boss to help you with your career? Don't you believe in boss's ability? Guan Xiaoxiang trusted Yang Ming a lot. When Yang Ming said that he could succeed, Guan Xiaoxiang was inexplicably filled with confidence. But you can't just rely on Brother Yang for everything. Zhang Hualan glared at Guan Xiaoxiang. Why was this person like this? He was helping you, but you didn't care about anything yourself? Plus, even if he helped you, he couldn't help you everywhere. You had to work hard. No, I'm just confident. Guan Xiaoxiang scratched his head, embarrassed. Okay, Xiaolan, since I've decided to help Xiaoxiang, then he won't have any problems in the future. Yang Ming smiled. You can marry him and bear a child. And Zhang Hualan listened to Yang Ming and was a little embarrassed. She nodded shyly, but she was very grateful to Yang Ming in her heart. She didn't know why Yang Ming was helping Guan Xiaoxiang. She had only seen Yang Ming once at Guan Xiaomin's house. She didn't even know what Yang Ming did. Today was the second time Zhang Hualan had seen Yang Ming, and she hadn't heard Guan Xiaoxiang mention anything about Yang Ming. Why was Yang Ming suddenly supporting Guan Xiaoxiang today? Judging from Guan Xiaoxiang's embarrassment and nervousness when he was scolded by his father, Guan Xiaoxiang definitely didn't know about Yang Ming's background. He wasn't sure if Yang Ming would be able to help him. In that case, this matter was rather strange. Zhang Hualan couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yang, why are you helping Xiaoxiang?" He, didn't he say? We're in-laws. Yang Ming smiled. What? What kind of reason is that? Zhang Hualan was stunned. Yang Ming shrugged. Maybe it's fate. Of course, Yang Ming couldn't tell her the real reason. He didn't want to. Back then, he had only given Guan Xiaoxiang a little something in return because Guan Xueming had spared no effort in helping Xin Yuxi. If Yang Ming had given Guan Xueming a sum of money, Guan Xueming definitely wouldn't have accepted it. With Guan Xueming's personality, he wouldn't have accepted the money. If he had accepted it, Guan Xiaoxiang wouldn't have been unable to fork out 5 million. Therefore, Yang Ming repaid Guan Xueming in other ways. Of course, even if Guan Xueming knew about it, he would not interfere. After all, this was Yang Ming's idea. He couldn't stop him. That was one of the reasons. Secondly, Yang Ming also wanted to help the people around him before he went to Yunnan. At least, Yang Ming had found a way out for Bao Sanli and the others. As for these new acquaintances, he naturally wanted to help if he could. Thirdly, Yang Ming felt that Guan Xiaoxiang was more to his liking. Seeing Guan Xiaoxiang in a difficult situation, Yang Ming even thought of himself in the past. When he was with Suya, what was the difference between the face of Suya's father, Su Haikua, and the current Zhang Dianhai? So this was why Yang Ming wanted to help Guan Xiaoxiang. So it's like this. Zhang Hualan knew that Yang Ming might not be telling the truth, but if Yang Ming didn't say it, she couldn't keep asking. She could only give up. Haha, boss said we hit it off. It seems that this in-law is really a couple. Guan Xiaoxiang was also very excited. Yang Ming was someone that even his father admired. Moreover, his father knew Yang Ming's godfather, so Guan Xiaoxiang naturally didn't think that Yang Ming would lie to him. Boss, you can't refuse to recognize me as your in-law in the future. Of course not. But when I have a child, that will be a long time. Yang Ming saw that Guan Xiaoxiang was so enthusiastic and suddenly had a plan. Yang Ming suddenly thought of the marriage that Fang Tian had arranged for him. Yang Ming was still brooding about it at that time. He didn't expect that he would have such an opportunity. If he arranged a marriage for his future disciple in advance, would he be as resistant as me at that time? Thinking of this, Yang Ming suddenly felt a little funny. Was Fang Tian like this in the past? It seems like it. He and Wang Ruoxue were arranged. So he was unhappy and arranged for him. Naturally, he also had to arrange for his disciple. It would be a waste not to exercise this right. Yang Ming even thought of the wonderful expression of his future disciple. Yang Ming realized that he was a little bit evil now. He actually thought of scheming for something so far away. Then what should I do? Guan Xiaoxiang asked bitterly. But I want to accept a disciple in the near future. It's possible to be in-laws with you. Yang Ming was referring to the fact that after returning from Yunnan, he would probably retire from the world of martial arts. However, the title of the King of Assassins would continue to be passed down, so Yang Ming had to think about accepting a disciple. Since Guan Xiaoxiang was so enthusiastic, it was not impossible for him to decide his disciple's marriage on his own. Although Yang Ming didn't know where his disciple was, wasn't his marriage arranged by Fang Tian before he met him? So Yang Ming played a dirty trick. Chapter 1872. Disciple? Sure, disciple works too. Guan Xiaoxiang knew that Yang Ming wasn't going to have a child for the time being, so having a disciple like Yang Ming wasn't a bad idea. But he still asked curiously, Boss, what do you want a disciple to learn from you? Everything. I'll teach him whatever I know, like martial arts. Yang Ming wouldn't tell Guan Xiaoxiang about the assassin business. The time wasn't right yet. Although Yang Ming found Guan Xiaoxiang to be quite agreeable, something as important as this wasn't something that Yang Ming would tell him until the very last moment. Martial arts? Boss, you know martial arts? Guan Xiaoxiang asked in surprise. A little. Yang Ming smiled, then pointed to a small advertisement on a telephone pole not far away and said, "Look at that telephone pole." As Yang Ming spoke, he picked up a small pebble from the ground and threw it over. With a "pa" sound, the small stone hit the telephone pole and then bounced to the side. Guan Xiaoxiang's eyes widened. Although he couldn't see if Yang Ming had hit the advertisement, it was already amazing that the pebble could hit the telephone pole from such a distance, let alone hit the advertisement. "Boss, is this real?" Guan Xiaoxiang quickly ran over and glanced at the small advertisement on the pole. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He pointed at the small advertisement with his mouth wide open. "Xiaoxiang, what's wrong?" Zhang Lan couldn't stand it anymore. What's with Guan Xiaoxiang's expression? He looks like he's scared. "Xiaolan, look at this." Guan Xiaoxiang pointed at the small advertisement on the telephone pole. Zhang Hualan walked over and saw the advertisement on the telephone pole. Suddenly, her small face turned red. What nonsense are you looking at?" Guan Xiaoxiang paused before realizing what Zhang Hualan meant. The advertisement was a cure for STD, infertility advertisement. Guan Xiaoxiang hadn't noticed it before, but after Zhang Hualan's reminder, he realized the problem. Embarrassed, he said, "Zhang Hualan, I'm not talking about the advertisement. I'm talking about the marks on the advertisement. Look here." Guan Xiaoxiang pointed at the middle of the ad for Zhang Hualan to see. When Zhang Hualan saw it, she suddenly exclaimed because in the middle of the small advertisement, there was a round mark. It was made by a stone. It was right in the middle, not a single bit off. "So accurate?" Zhang Hualan asked in surprise. "Yeah, now you know why I was so surprised, right?" Guan Xiaoxiang said. "I didn't expect the boss to have such a trick up his sleeve." Zhang Hualan nodded because she was equally surprised. Previously, she felt that it was strange for her child to marry Yang Ming's disciple. But now it seemed that Yang Ming's disciple was definitely not an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person enter Yang Ming's eyes? "Okay, don't be surprised. It's just a small trick." Yang Ming smiled faintly. If this was considered a small trick, then Guan Xiaoxiang really didn't know what a big trick was. "Boss, are you one of those legendary martial arts masters?" "You can think of it that way," Yang Ming said. "I've already told your father about my identity. If you want to know, you can ask him." "Oh." Guan Xiaoxiang was stunned. "Boss, what is your identity? Tell me. You know my dad. He's very old-fashioned. If I ask him, I probably won't get anything out of him." "Okay, then I'll tell you." Yang Ming nodded. Anyway, he was going to leave after a while. When Guan Xiaoxiang couldn't find him, he would definitely ask Bao Sanli or Guan Xiumin. At that time, he would know. "Boss, you really have a special identity?" Guan Xiaoxiang was shocked. "My identity is actually a special agent," Yang Ming said. "But don't tell anyone." Special agent?" Guan Xiaoxiang's eyes widened. "Boss, you're a special agent?" "Yeah, I'm going to do a mission in a while, so you won't be able to see me for a long time," Yang Ming said. "That's why I'm telling you. But don't tell anyone." "Don't worry, I won't say anything. I definitely won't." Guan Xiaoxiang shook his head. "I'm not someone who spouts nonsense." Although Guan Xiaoxiang was shocked, he didn't doubt Yang Ming's words. If Yang Ming hadn't shown such a skill, perhaps Guan Xiaoxiang would have some doubts. But now Guan Xiaoxiang was only shocked. Yang Ming could hit a small stone so accurately. It was only natural that he was a special agent. "Let's find a place to talk about your business plan." Yang Ming smiled. "I'm going to invest 100 million in you, but you can tell me what you want to do. I won't interfere." "Of course I'll tell you." Guan Xiaoxiang nodded and went with Yang Ming to a roadside cafe. He was going to tell Yang Ming the details of his plan. In fact, he already had the idea of opening a hospital in his mind. At the time, he just wanted to use Guan Xiuming's name to make a name for himself in the early stages. He didn't have the money in the early stages and couldn't even afford to advertise. He could only rely on Guan Xiuming's name to sustain himself. But now, with Yang Ming's investment, he didn't need to rely on Guan Xiuming's name anymore. He could use this money to open a super large private hospital. Whether it was the size of the building or the medical facilities, it was more than enough. He could even hire some retired specialists. It wouldn't take long for the hospital's name to spread. Therefore, after Guan Xiaoxiang sat down, he began to talk. Brother Yang, my initial idea is to buy an office building. It can be an abandoned school or research center, and then renovate it. After that, we can hire some retired specialists from big hospitals. In the early stages, we can specialize in a few subjects. After that, we could buy all the medical equipment for those subjects. 100 million is not a lot, but it's not a lot. It's definitely not enough to buy all the medical equipment. So, we just need to specialize in a few subjects. Yang Ming nodded. Although he didn't know much about hospital management, there weren't many problems with Guan Xiaoxiang's plan. Your idea is not bad. It's very feasible. Really? It's really not bad. Is it feasible? Guan Xiaoxiang was very excited to be praised by Yang Ming. Boss, you still believe in me. My dad said I'm just an armchair strategist. He doesn't believe me at all. He said I only know how to dream, and it's not realistic at all. Chapter 1873. Don't blame Uncle Guan. He's just worried that if you use his name, not only will it hurt you, but it'll also hurt him. Yang Ming smiled and waved his hand. It's because you don't have money, and Uncle Guan doesn't have that much either. There's no way he can let you run a hospital, so the most you can do is open a small clinic. That's why Uncle Guan didn't want you to use his name. Think about it, a small clinic with Uncle Guan's name. Wouldn't it be weird? Boss, you have a point. Guan Xiaoxiang nodded. But he's my dad. Can't he trust his own son? Even though Guan Xiaoxiang had gotten Yang Ming's help, he still held a grudge against Guan Shuimin's actions. It's not Uncle Guan's fault. That big brother of yours. Yang Ming had heard from Guan Shuimin that Guan Xiaoxiang's big brother, Guan Dian, was a scammer who used Guan Shuimin's name to do a lot of bad things. That was why Guan Shuimin was so concerned about Guan Xiaoxiang using his name. That big brother of mine was really lucky. He used my dad's name to make a lot of money, but my dad kicked him out of the house. He doesn't even come home anymore. Guan Xiaoxiang said, "You're jealous of someone like that?" Yang Ming was a bit speechless. He was kicked out of the house. Do you want that too? That's not it. I'm not using my dad's name to scam people. I just want to get a bit of fame. I won't scam people. Guan Xiaoxiang shook his head. You don't have Uncle Guan in your clinic, but you're using Uncle Guan's name to open a clinic. If that's not scamming people, then what is? Yang Ming shook his head and glared at Guan Xiaoxiang. You don't have the money in the beginning. You can't even hire a specialist, so you can only hire normal, inexperienced doctors. If something goes wrong, not only will it hurt you, it will hurt the patients who trust your dad's name, and it will also hurt your dad. Have you ever thought of such a serious consequence? I really haven't thought about it. Guan Xiaoxiang was taken aback. But I don't plan to treat those difficult illnesses in the beginning. I only plan to treat some minor ailments like colds and headaches. Some illnesses that look like a cold could be pneumonia. If you misdiagnose them, it'll be even more troublesome. Yang Ming didn't know much about medicine, but he still had some common sense. Guan Xiaoxiang lowered his head. I'm sorry, boss. I was too impulsive. All right, now that you've taken the investment I've given you, you could be considered to have the capital. If you hire some experienced experts, these problems won't occur. Yang Ming said, I'm just reminding you. Even if you have money, don't rush for instant success. You have to take it one step at a time. Don't make the same mistake as your brother. Boss, I, Guan Xiaoxiang, will remember your words today. Guan Xiaoxiang patted his chest. I know you're doing this for my own good. Don't worry, I won't do anything out of line in this lifetime. Actually, Uncle Guan and I have the same idea. It's just that he can't give you the money, so he's a little more strict. Yang Ming smiled. I hope you won't hold a grudge against him. Boss, don't worry about that. Guan Xiaoxiang was a little embarrassed. Of course I'll be upset, but I won't hold a grudge. After all, he's my father. It's normal for him to care about his reputation. As for whether or not Guan Xiaoxiang was upset, or if he would throw a tantrum, that wasn't something Yang Ming could control. As long as Guan Xiaoxiang didn't hold a grudge against his father, then Yang Ming's goal had been achieved. I'm happy that you can think this through. Yang Ming nodded. Do well, and you'll definitely succeed. Come back to Songjiang with me later. I'll introduce you to some famous people in society. They'll be of great help to your future career. Thank you, boss. Guan Xiaoxiang, of course, knew how important connections were in doing business. If all the people he knew in a city were famous people, then they would subconsciously become his assistants. So when Yang Ming said that, Guan Xiaoxiang was very excited. What are you thanking me for? You're calling me boss. How can I not help you? Yang Ming waved his hand. Right, boss, you're investing in me. How are we going to split the shares of the hospital I'm setting up? Guan Xiaoxiang had been thinking about this question before. He was too embarrassed to bring it up, but he didn't. This was a very important question, and he had to figure out first. Split the shares? The money is for you. I don't want the shares. You can manage it yourself. Yang Ming waved his hand and smiled. Yang Ming was going to Yunnan, and he wasn't even sure if he could come back. What was the use of the shares? What's more, 100 million yuan was like a drop in the ocean for the current Yang Ming. It was nothing at all, so Yang Ming didn't think about asking for any shares. Yang Ming wasn't short of money at all. How can that be? You're an investor. Of course you have to have the shares. Otherwise, how can I take the money with peace of mind? Guan Xiaoxiang heard Yang Ming's words and immediately panicked. I said it's for you, so it's for you, Yang Ming said. No, boss. If you don't want the shares, then I definitely can't take the money. If I take it, then I'll be freeloading. Guan Xiaoxiang shook his head like a rattle drum and refused directly. You are similar to Uncle Guan. You are more principled. Yang Ming smiled. Since you must give it to your future son-in-law, then give it to him. Yang Ming smiled. Since you must give it to him, then give it to your future son-in-law. My future son-in-law? Guan Xiaoxiang was stunned. My disciple? Yang Ming smiled. My disciple must be a man, so you're looking forward to having a daughter. So it's like that. Guan Xiaoxiang felt that the shares were the same as giving him the same thing. My son-in-law is also my daughter's. What's the difference between not giving it to Yang Ming? Just treat it as a dowry from me as her godfather, Yang Ming smiled. If you still don't agree, then I can't do anything. Okay, Guan Xiaoxiang nodded. Then let's sign a contract. Why do we need to sign a contract? I believe in you. Yang Ming said with a smile. When that day comes, you can just give it to him. This? Okay. Guan Xiaoxiang nodded. 60%. 60% of the company's shares belongs to your disciple. I'll take it out and won't use it no matter what. Chapter 1874. Hehe, do as you wish. Yang Ming also knew that no matter what he said, Guan Xiaoxiang wouldn't accept it, so it was better to let him do as he wished. Anyway, he was just a disciple that didn't exist. He didn't know when that disciple would appear. Guan Xiaoxiang might not be able to give out the 60% of shares. Okay, I will make a contract when I go back. I will definitely not touch these shares. If I touch them, I'm not worthy of being a human. Guan Xiaoxiang swore. Let Xiaolan supervise me. You don't have to make it so serious. Yang Ming smiled. I will supervise him. Zhang Hualan also valued this. Yang Ming could be said to be the matchmaker of the two of them. Without him, how could her father agree to the two of them being together? Now that Yang Ming had given them such a great help, Zhang Hualan was very grateful. At the same time, she swore in her heart that she would repay Yang Ming one day. Therefore, she also valued the oath that Guan Xiaoxiang said and immediately expressed that she would supervise Guan Xiaoxiang. Seeing that Guan Xiaoxiang and Zhang Hualan were so formal, Yang Ming couldn't say anything. He nodded. Okay, then it's settled. Later, you will go back to Songjiang with me. I will let someone transfer the money to you. As for the hospital location, you can discuss it with Bao Songli. The hospital will be under the Mingyang Group first. When it becomes bigger, you can go independent at any time. No need, just under the boss. Anyway, 60% of the shares will always be yours. Guan Xiaoxiang said solemnly. It was also because of Guan Xiaoxiang's oath today that in the several restructuring of the hospital, no matter how many times the shareholders changed and how many branches were established, the 60% shares were always untouched. Everyone else thought that Guan Xiaoxiang was afraid of losing control of the hospital, so he purposely kept the 60% shares as an excuse. But only Guan Xiaoxiang and Zhang Hualan knew that the shares didn't actually belong to them, but were kept for someone else. However, these words could not be said to others. Even their future daughter did not know the truth of the matter. Many years later, Guan Xiaoxiang had been looking forward to his boss, Yang Ming, returning to Songjiang. He wanted to sit with him and his wife Xiaolan in this cafe and reminisce about the past. However, after Yang Ming retired from the underworld, there was no news of him again. Disappointed, Guan Xiaoxiang placed his hopes on Yang Ming's disciple. But where would he find Yang Ming's disciple in this sea of people? He didn't even know his name. He couldn't just randomly grab someone and ask if they were Yang Ming's disciple, right? The successful and famous Guan Xiaoxiang would sometimes reminisce about the days many years ago. That summer, when Yang Ming first came to visit and met him in Xiaolan for the first time, as well as sister-in-law Yuxi, who was once his father's goddaughter. Also, at the Songjiang International Hotel, Yang Ming's appearance reversed the awkward situation between Guan Xiaoxiang and Zhang Hualan and made Zhang Dianhai agree to their matter. Although Zhang Dianhai also borrowed a lot of credit, Guan Xiaoxiang was very regretful that he didn't see Yang Ming again after that. Although the feeling of holding on to shares but not being able to give them away was strange, Guan Xiaoxiang truly felt that way. Until his daughter grew up day by day, and after graduation, she went to the hospital he invested in to become a nurse. Yang Ming didn't appear, and neither did Yang Ming's disciple. Guan Xiaoxiang sometimes even wondered if Yang Ming was just joking and lying to him. However, he comforted himself that Yang Ming wouldn't lie to him. So he firmly believed that one day he would definitely be able to meet Yang Ming again and become real relatives with him. In the afternoon, Little Wang drove Yang Ming, Guan Xiaoxiang, and Zhang Hualan back to Songjiang City, and then introduced them to Bao Sanli. After Bao Sanli listened to Yang Ming's intention, he nodded and prepared to start researching the hospital for Guan Xiaoxiang. Yang Ming went to Jing Xiaolu's office. In addition to not seeing Jing Xiaolu for a long time and missing her, he also wanted to talk to her about the Liu family in Jiangyan City. The news of Yang Ming coming to the group headquarters was not known to many people. Besides Bao Sanli, it was probably Little Wang. However, Bao Sanli wouldn't take the initiative to say it, and Little Wang wouldn't simply say it. Yang Ming knocked on the door of Jing Xiaolu's office with a bouquet of flowers. After a while, Jing Xiaolu's capable voice came from inside. "Please come in." Yang Ming pushed open the door of the office and deliberately covered his face with flowers. Then he said in a fake voice, "Miss Jing, hello. I have admired you for a long time." Jing Xiaolu thought it was a colleague of the company, but after listening to a few words, she found that something was wrong. She looked up and saw a man standing in front of her with flowers in his hand. She was suddenly shocked and pulled a long face. "Who are you? How did you come in?" "Miss Jing, I am your admirer," Yang Ming said very affectionately. "I am the heir of XX Group. Miss Jing, please give me a chance." "Are you crazy?" Although Jing Xiaolu had been a lot more civilized under Yang Ming's urging, and she also had the demeanor of a company's chairman, Jing Xiaolu was still a little angry in the face of such an inexplicable suitor. What does this person mean by coming to my office to give flowers? The Mingyang security company was very famous, but they let a mentally ill person into the group headquarters. How could Jing Xiaolu not be angry? "Miss Jing, I love you. Please accept my pursuit." As Yang Ming said, he reached out and hugged Jing Xiaolu. "Fuck, you want to take advantage of me? I will kick you to death." Jing Xiaolu was furious. Except for Yang Ming, who dared to touch her like this. Jing Xiaolu saw that the man in front of her actually dared to hug her, and she suddenly recovered her previous delinquent temper. She kicked Yang Ming's lower body. Yang Ming was shocked. Fortunately, his reflexes were faster. He caught Jing Xiaolu's foot and smiled. "Miss Jing's jade foot is very beautiful. You dead pervert, why don't you die?" Jing Xiaolu was very angry. This person actually dared to touch my foot. He really didn't want to live. Jing Xiaolu had already thought about it. Whether this person was the heir of XX Group or not, he dared to flirt with her. Then he was dead. She would definitely find someone to cripple him and throw him into the sea to feed the sharks. As Jing Xiaolu spoke, she picked up the teacup on the table and smashed it on Yang Ming's head. One of her feet was caught by Yang Ming, so she couldn't use the seductive kick. She could only change it to using the teacup to smash people. Yang Ming didn't expect Jing Xiaolu's reaction to be so intense, and she didn't recognize him until now. Yang Ming was scared and quickly let go. He smiled bitterly. "Xiaolu, it's me." Chapter 1875. Yang Ming? Jing Xiaolu was stunned suddenly, and the teacup fell to the ground. Her hand that was going to hit Yang Ming also changed to a different position and pounced on Yang Ming. "What are you doing? You scared me. I thought a perverted pervert came in. Didn't I want to give you a surprise? Who knew your reaction would be so intense?" Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu with a bitter smile. "You kicked and hit me. Fortunately, I have good skills. If it were someone else, they would have been lying on the ground. Yeah, then you should rest assured. No pervert can bully me," Jing Xiaolu said proudly when she heard Yang Ming's words. "Whoever dares to trouble me, I will use these tricks to beat them until they lie on the ground and can't get up." This. Yang Ming smiled bitterly again. Jing Xiaolu's words were not unreasonable, but Yang Ming was still shocked. "Now, even if you go to Yunnan to perform a mission, you should rest assured about me," Jing Xiaolu still said. "Think about how powerful I was just now. I have been practicing women's anti-pervert skills recently just to let you go without worry." Yang Ming was a little speechless. "In this company, do you think other people can come in so casually except for me? Won't the security guard stop them?" Jing Xiaolu was a little embarrassed after listening to Yang Ming's words. What if he sneaks in secretly? Anyway, it is always good for me to be on guard. Well, I didn't say that you shouldn't be on guard. So, I should study and equip you with a female bodyguard. Jing Xiaolu's reaction reminded Yang Ming that Chen Mingyan and the others already had Victoria's protection. But Jing Xiaolu, Sun Jie, Xiao Qing, and the others still had no one to protect them. Zhao Ying could be with Wang Xiaoyan, so he didn't have to worry about her safety. The others really should find another bodyguard. "You are willing to think about me?" Jing Xiaolu was a little surprised. She originally thought that only Chen Mingyan could find a bodyguard. "What are you talking about? You're also someone I care about. Why can't I think about you?" Yang Ming said deliberately with a straight face. "Really? Then I'm so happy." Jing Xiaolu was a little excited. "Yang Ming, don't leave tonight. Can you accompany me in a company? You haven't been with me much. I miss you a little." Speaking of this, Jing Xiaolu, to be honest, she was a straightforward person. She was actually shy. It seemed that shyness was a girl's instinct. It had. Yang Ming's heart moved and nodded. "Okay, then I will accompany you." "Really?" Jing Xiaolu couldn't believe it. She just asked with a tentative attitude. She wasn't sure whether Yang Ming could stay or not. However, even though she wasn't sure, she still had to try, right? What Jing Xiaolu didn't expect was that Yang Ming really agreed. For a while, Jing Xiaolu was a little overjoyed. She didn't know what to do. Jing Xiaolu originally thought that she was just Yang Ming's least valued girlfriend. She was satisfied to be able to talk to him. She never thought about asking him for anything. However, Yang Ming agreed to her first request. Of course, it's true. Seeing that Jing Xiaolu was so excited, Yang Ming sighed slightly. "It seems that I didn't value her a little too much before. So much so that a very ordinary sentence and a very ordinary thing can make Jing Xiaolu so excited." "Yang Ming, thank you. I'm very happy. I'm really happy." Jing Xiaolu's vanity was greatly satisfied. Although she was now the chairman of a company, she still had no confidence in front of Yang Ming. She knew very well that Yang Ming could give her such a big business because Yang Ming was going to Yunnan. Ming Yang Company was only entrusted to her because she happened to be here, so Yang Ming would entrust it to her. If it were someone else, Yang Ming might give the company to them. Jing Xiaolu just felt lucky. It was only today, at this moment, that Jing Xiaolu felt that Yang Ming cared about her a lot. This feeling made Jing Xiaolu so happy that she was about to die. One sentence was enough to make her wait for Yang Ming for a lifetime. Okay, let's talk about the Jiangyan Lu family first. Yang Ming didn't want Jing Xiaolu to continue to be entangled in this topic because it would only make Yang Ming feel more guilty. Yang Ming had never considered these issues before. He felt that it was normal to run around every day for a better and more comfortable life for himself and his woman in the future. But now it seemed that Yang Ming had enough money, and his ability was strong enough. He could completely retire from the underworld and live a plain life. It was true happiness to be with his beloved every day. The emergence of this idea made Yang Ming want to live in seclusion in Island X even more irresistible. After this Yunnan mission was over, Yang Ming planned to start this matter. Of course, the premise was to eliminate all potential enemies before he could leave with peace of mind. Otherwise, those who were hostile to him might jump out and threaten him again. Yang Ming didn't want to leave any hidden dangers like a time bomb that might explode at any time. Although he was not afraid of them, he was afraid that they would cause some damage on Island X or make a move on his family and friends. In that case, Yang Ming would regret it. This was also the first time that Yang Ming was determined to eliminate these enemies. Yang Ming was too soft-hearted in the past. If the enemy didn't take the initiative to come to him, Yang Ming wouldn't take the initiative to find them and do anything to them. But now it was different. Yang Ming had made up his mind. After this mission, he would look for the behind-the-scenes boss and find out the central Dr. Yang Ming. No matter how powerful and influential they were, Yang Ming must eliminate them completely. Actually, we can only know about the Lu family's news from the TV, said Jing Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu said, Lu Huamei's secretary looked for me before. Through the phone, she tactfully expressed her request for help and conveyed Miss Lu Huamei's message. If we help her take back control of the Jiangyan group, she will definitely treat us well. Tactful? Help her regain control? Just not treat us badly? Yang Ming suddenly frowned after listening. This Lu Huamei is quite smart, huh? Do you think we're fools for making empty promises like this? There will only be benefits after regaining control. Moreover, the benefits are not stated clearly. Does she want us to work for nothing? Chapter 1876. Yeah, Jing Xiaolu smiled sweetly. Although I have a good relationship with Sister Huamei in private, personal relationships are personal relationships. It can't be mixed with company matters. So you refused? Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu with some approval. It seemed that she had matured. She wouldn't do anything against the company's interests because of impulsiveness. This way, Yang Ming could leave with peace of mind. The Mingyang group wouldn't decline in Jing Xiaolu's hands. You can't say that I refused. Jing Xiaolu smiled. Lu Huamei's secretary said that our intervention was just the icing on the cake. Lu Huamei also has the ability to control the situation. Our intervention at this time was just to ensure that the Jiangyan group and our Mingyang group would cooperate more closely in the future. Yang Ming could naturally tell that Jing Xiaolu didn't believe it. Lu Huamei naturally doesn't want outsiders to intervene in the Lu family's internal affairs. If she agreed to some of our conditions, she would inevitably let us take over the Jiangyan group. When that time comes, she would have just dealt with her two brothers and a huge company like our Mingyang group as a shareholder. It would be strange if Lu Huamei wasn't worried. So, unless it was absolutely necessary, she wouldn't give up the Lu family's interests. Lu Huamei is also very clear about this. Although we have a personal relationship, in the face of the company's interests, a personal relationship is naturally nothing. Let her do as she pleases. Yang Ming frowned. Although he admired Lu Huamei before, he couldn't stand Lu Huamei's way of doing things. If she asked for help, so be it. Even if there were no benefits, she could come to Yang Ming and say some soft words. It was impossible for Yang Ming to sit back and do nothing. However, she was playing mind games with him. Yang Ming was very disgusted. If she doesn't take the initiative, you don't have to take the initiative to look for her. Okay. Jing Xiaolu also saw Yang Ming's displeasure. She stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, This Sister Huame is really a fool. She came to beg my husband, act coquettishly, and use a honey trap. My husband's heart softened and helped her, but she insisted. She deserved to be robbed of her family's property. Although she had a good relationship with Lu Huame, Jing Xiaolu had always stood firmly on Yang Ming's side. Go away. What nonsense are you talking about? Yang Ming glared at her. Why did Jing Xiaolu's words sound so different? As if he was trying to repay the favor? Helping Lu Huame was because he coveted her beauty? I won't talk nonsense. Jing Xiaolu smiled, but she didn't take it seriously. Jing Xiaolu now understood Yang Ming's temper. As long as she followed Yang Ming and didn't play mind games with Yang Ming, it was fine no matter how she joked with Yang Ming. Yang Ming wouldn't care. Yang Ming glared at Jing Xiaolu. Just as he was about to lecture her, the internal phone on Jing Xiaolu's desk rang. Jing Xiaolu was slightly stunned and quickly picked up the phone. Hello, I'm Jing Xiaolu. When Jing Xiaolu picked up the phone, she returned to her usual capable and experienced self. She didn't look like the playful self she had with Yang Ming before. Director Jing, Miss Lu Huame from the Jiangyan Group is looking for you. You see, the one who spoke was Jing Xiaolu's secretary. She didn't dare to make a decision since Lu Huame was here. Oh, Lu Huame is here? Jing Xiaolu was stunned. She didn't expect Lu Huame to come so quickly. Wasn't there news that she was under house arrest by her two cousins? Why did she come to Songjiang City? Yang Ming also raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect her to come to the group's headquarters so quickly when they were just talking about Lu Huame. Jing Xiaolu looked at Yang Ming, wanting to ask for his opinion. Although Jing Xiaolu was in charge of the group, she naturally became a subordinate of Yang Ming now that Yang Ming was here. Let's meet. I also want to see what she thinks, Yang Ming said lightly. Okay. Jing Xiaolu nodded and said to the person on the phone, bring her to my office. Yes, Director Jing, Jing Xiaolu's secretary said. After hanging up the phone, Jing Xiaolu was a little confused. Yang Ming, why do you think Lu Huame is here? Isn't she under house arrest by her cousins? The news we can get is both true and false. None of us know the specific situation, so it's better to listen to what Lu Huame has to say. Yang Ming smiled. That's true. Let's see if she's sincere this time. If she still isn't, then we can only forget about it. Jing Xiaolu nodded. It's definitely not simple to intervene in the Lu family's affairs in this situation. After a while, there was a knock on the door outside the office. Jing Xiaolu cleared her throat and said, please come in. The secretary pushed open the office door and walked in first. Director Jing, Miss Lu Huame from the Jiangyan Group is here. Jing Xiaolu stood up and greeted her warmly. Sister Huame, why are you here all of a sudden? The house is in a mess. It's giving me a headache, so I came out to relax, Lu Huame said and glanced at Yang Ming, who was sitting on the sofa. She was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Yang Ming to be in Jing Xiaolu's office too. However, Yang Ming didn't get up to greet her. It seemed that Yang Ming didn't take her seriously. She couldn't help but be a little annoyed. Among so many partners, the first one she looked for was the Mingyang Group. Yang Ming actually gave her the cold shoulder, making Lu Huame feel belittled. It seems that I've disturbed Sister Xiaolu. How about I come back later? Although Lu Huame was annoyed, she didn't reveal anything. She was retreating in order to advance. This way, she wouldn't offend anyone, and it would also show that she wasn't in a hurry. She would be able to get more benefits in future cooperation negotiations. Of course, she could use this move to deal with other people, but it was obviously used on the wrong person to deal with Yang Ming. Yang Ming actually didn't care about the company. What he cared about now was feelings. This was also the reason why he could help Guan Xiaoxiang. If only Jing Xiaolu was here, Lu Huame would have made the right move. However, Yang Ming was also here. If she still made the same move, it was a bad move. Jing Xiaolu was about to speak, but Yang Ming said faintly, if that's the case, then come back later. This time, it was Lu Huame's turn to be stunned. She didn't expect Yang Ming to take her polite words seriously. Generally speaking, if she said something like retreating in order to advance, others would say nothing and invite her to sit down and talk. However, Yang Ming didn't play by the rules and directly asked her to come back later. Wasn't this directly disrespecting her? It seems that Miss Liu doesn't want to leave. Let's talk frankly if you have anything to say, Yang Ming said faintly. He was also giving Liu Huamei one last chance. If you tell me the truth, I might help you if I'm happy. If you still want to beat around the bush, then sorry, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Chapter 1877. Then let's sit down and talk about our cooperation. A hint of anger flashed across Liu Huamei's face. It was obvious that she didn't understand Yang Ming's temper. Instead, she treated Yang Ming as an ordinary business partner and a profit giver. Yang Ming frowned imperceptibly. Although this woman is pretty, why is she so stubborn? He couldn't help but mock. I heard that you were put under house arrest by your two brothers. You escaped so quickly. It seems that you have some tricks up your sleeve. Yang Ming had already said so. If Liu Huamei still wasn't in the mood to tell the truth, then Yang Ming wasn't going to help her. If I didn't have some tricks up my sleeve, I wouldn't be able to compete with my two cousins for the control of the company. Obviously, Liu Huamei didn't understand Yang Ming's words. She was too smart for her own good. She made mistakes when she was too smart. She took Yang Ming's words as a test to see her confidence. In fact, it was understandable for Liu Huamei to think so. If it were another company's boss, they would also test Liu Huamei's confidence before deciding whether to continue the cooperation. Liu Huamei did have some tricks up her sleeve. She was indeed imprisoned by her two cousins. However, she had been in the Liu family for so long. It was impossible to say that she didn't have any direct descendants. Although Liu Huamei was able to escape with the help of the direct descendants, it was not as easy as she made it out to be. She had really put in a lot of effort. However, she would naturally not say it out loud at this moment. She had to remain mysterious. The more confused she was, the more confident she could get. Oh, then I wish Miss Liu success in seizing power, said Yang Ming lightly. Liu Huamei was stunned. She didn't expect Yang Ming to not have any reaction to this. He wasn't surprised, nor did he comment. Instead, he wished her success. Originally, the initiative was in her hands. However, she lost it because of Yang Ming's words. Liu Huamei could only say, Mr. Yang, although I am confident that I can control the Liu family in the end, the process may be very tragic. This will definitely be a fierce battle. This is not in line with my original intention. My original intention was not to damage the Liu family's interests. However, the Liu family's interests will definitely be damaged during the fight. This is not what I want to see. That's why I want to find a partner to help me. I will give the corresponding benefits after I control the family. Oh, I see that Miss Liu is wasting her time on this unnecessary move. Since you are prepared to give a part of the benefits after control, then what's wrong with losing a part of the benefits during the fight? Isn't it all the same inside and outside? Why do you need to find a partner? Yang Ming reminded her. Yang Ming was very disgusted by Liu Huamei's act of pretending to be smart. Mr. Yang, what do you mean by this? Liu Huamei seemed a little angry. Because your Mingyang group is my friend and my business partner. That's why I thought of you first when something good happened. I want to give you the profits that were supposed to be lost to you. This is also my way of taking care of friend. But from what you're saying, it seems like I'm begging you. Oh, so you're not begging us? Yang Ming had lost his patience. Since you're not begging, then thank you for your kindness, Miss Liu Huamei. Our group doesn't lack money. We don't want any benefits. We're already doing well. It's useless to have too much money, right? Liu Huamei was completely dumbfounded. Doesn't Yang Ming mean that there's no need to continue the discussion? Liu Huamei had always thought that Yang Ming's words meant that he wanted to fight for more benefits. However, after listening to Yang Ming's words, it seemed that Yang Ming didn't care about benefits at all. He simply didn't want to continue the discussion with her. In fact, Liu Huamei's actions had indeed angered Yang Ming. Jing Xiaolu sighed at the side. Sister Huamei, oh Sister Huamei, you're really stupid even though you're smart all your life. Why can't you see what kind of person Yang Ming is? However, even though Jing Xiaolu felt that it was a pity, she couldn't criticize Liu Huamei in front of Yang Ming. This was because Yang Ming hated women who thought they were smart the most. Yang Ming was a very chauvinistic man. He naturally didn't want his woman to be too strong in front of him. Even a woman as smart as Sun Jie would be obedient in front of Yang Ming. She would also praise Yang Ming when she was with other women. She would never embarrass Yang Ming. However, this Lu Huamei always played mind games with Yang Ming. It would be strange if Yang Ming could help her. This way, it was almost impossible for her to get help from the Ming-Yang group. Since Yang Ming didn't agree, Jing Xiaolu naturally wouldn't make a decision on her own. Mr. Yang, are you saying that you don't want to cooperate with us at all? Lu Huamei looked at Yang Ming unwillingly. She felt that Yang Ming was tricking her. Since he was tricking her, why couldn't she trick him back? Therefore, Lu Huamei directly asked for the final result of the matter. Yang Ming only had to say whether he wanted to cooperate or not. If Yang Ming was only testing before, then Yang Ming definitely wouldn't give a definite answer this time. This was because no matter how he tested, the result was still based on the intention to cooperate. Therefore, Lu Huamei was forcing him to abdicate. She wanted Yang Ming to say directly whether he still wanted to cooperate or not. This kind of negotiation technique wasn't desirable. Although it was effective, it might offend the other party. However, Lu Huamei had no other choice now. She was also extremely angry, so she directly asked this question. Cooperation? So it's cooperation. Yang Ming pretended to be confused and said, I always thought that you were the one who came to beg us. Forget about the cooperation. We're not interested. You? Lu Huamei was extremely angry. She stared at Yang Ming. Mr. Yang, then we'll meet again. Your attitude makes it difficult for us to continue our cooperation. I don't only have the Ming-Yang group as a partner. I have other partners. Since you have such an attitude, then let's not talk about it. Oh, okay. Goodbye. Yang Ming waved his hand impatiently. In fact, the only partner that Lu Huamei could think of that had the strength to turn the situation around was the Ming-Yang group. The other groups weren't as big as the Jiangyan group. If she got involved at this time, she was afraid that not only would she not get any benefits, but it would also be difficult to retreat. Therefore, she wouldn't get involved at all. For most of the Jiangyan group's partners, they maintained a wait-and-see attitude. This was because no matter who was at the helm of the Lu family in the end, their cooperation relationship would not change. Chapter 1878. The Jiangyan group would definitely have some turbulence with a new leader. It would be too late to rope in these partners by then. How could they harm each other's interests? So the result would be the same if they didn't make a move at this time. These partners wouldn't be stupid enough to jump out and take the lead. Lu Huamei didn't even need to probe, because Lu Jinan and Lu Zhiqiao had already probed before. These partners all said that they would maintain a neutral position and not help each other. This way, Lu Huamei's only hope was Jing Xiaolu. And the Ming-Yang group behind Jing Xiaolu did indeed have the ability to reverse the situation. Lu Huamei thought that Jing Xiaolu would definitely make a move with her personal relationship with Jing Xiaolu and the promise of benefits. However, she didn't expect Yang Ming to interfere here. However, Lu Huamei would only be humiliating herself if she continued to stay here, since he had already said so much. Lu Huamei couldn't bring herself to say some soft words. She could only pretend to be angry and stand up gloomily. She said to Jing Xiaolu, Sister Xiaolu, since your group has no intention of cooperating, then I'll leave first. Sister Huamei, we can't do business, but we still have a good relationship. In private, you are still my sister. Jing Xiaolu said apologetically. However, she really couldn't help much. Okay, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Lu Huamei naturally didn't give up. She wanted to use dinner to ease their relationship. She wanted to see if Jing Xiaolu could deal with her a little more. However, she naturally couldn't say anything now. Tonight, Jing Xiaolu had an appointment with Yang Ming tonight. She was a little reluctant to leave, but her heart softened when she saw Lu Huamei's pitiful look. I don't have much time tonight, but I still have time for a meal. See you tonight. Okay. Lu Huamei sighed in relief. She was really afraid that Jing Xiaolu wouldn't agree. Liu Huamei's current situation in the Liu family wasn't bad, but very bad. She was the last to enter the Jiangyan group. Therefore, she didn't have as many direct descendants as Liu Zhiqiao and Liu Zhenan, especially since their father, Liu Hua, was the general manager of the group. He had even more confidence. No matter if it was Liu Zhenan or Liu Zhiqiao, Liu Hua would support them. However, Liu Huamei, would not. Liu Huamei was only able to stand firm in the group because of old master Liu Jiangyan. Now, that old master Liu had a sudden heart attack and was still in the hospital. The Liu family was in chaos. Who would support Liu Huamei? Moreover, Liu Jiangyan didn't even leave a will. This made Liu Zhenan even more confident. He was determined to win the control of the group this time. Therefore, Liu Huamei was the weakest party. Her only support was now hospitalized. She had no choice but to seek external help. In this case, if the Ming-Yang group didn't support her, then she would really lose miserably. Liu Huamei was unwilling, especially when she was under house arrest for the past few days. She found out the truth, a huge secret. She wanted revenge, which was why she had to control the Jiangyan group. Only by controlling the Jiangyan group would she have the opportunity to carry out the next step of the plan. Previously, Liu Huamei didn't really care about whether she could control the group. She had a fair heart. She wanted the group to develop well and not let down her grandfather's efforts. However, an accident changed her mind and filled her with hatred towards Liu Hua. She wanted Liu Hua dead. Liu Hua's entire family dead. Even so, it was difficult to calm the anger in her heart. Liu Huamei clenched her fists when she thought of her father lying in the hospital in a vegetative state. Liu Huamei took a deep breath and left Jing Xiaolu's office. I was a little impatient. If it doesn't work out, I'll give more benefits to Jing Xiaolu tonight. No matter what, I have to take revenge. Grandpa, I'm sorry. I have to give away a part of the Jiangyan group to avenge my father. But it's better than giving it to Liu Hua's family, who are worse than pigs and dogs. Looking at Liu Huamei's lonely figure walking out of the office, Jing Xiaolu sighed and said, "Actually, Sister Huamei isn't wrong. She's also using negotiation methods. I've learned a lot from her. She isn't wrong, but I don't like her style." Yang Ming said faintly, "She's not my relative, nor is she my woman. I have no obligation to help her, so she can do whatever she wants." Oh, Jing Xiaolu nodded and didn't refute. She was thinking about how to persuade Liu Huamei tonight and show her the right way. But now it seems that Liu Huamei has angered Yang Ming. Asking her to admit defeat probably won't move Yang Ming. What a headache. Why is this Sister Huamei so muddle-headed? Jing Xiaolu sighed and shook her head. I won't think about these things for the time being. Now, I want to enjoy the time with Yang Ming. In an old-fashioned seaside villa in Songjiang City, the behind-the-scenes boss looked at the chat with Dr. Benjamin on the computer screen. With a gloomy face, Jetson was killed by Yang Ming. And this Kevin also died inexplicably? The behind-the-scenes boss couldn't believe his eyes. He asked a few times and got a positive answer. Kevin was indeed dead. He told this regrettable news to Huang Yukai. Huang Yukai was also inexplicably shocked, but then he showed an extremely indignant look. "Boss, is Dr. Benjamin lying to us? What super warriors? They're just trash." One was killed by Yang Ming, and the other died inexplicably. If they were really so powerful and invincible, how could they die so casually? The behind-the-scenes boss also doubted whether the super warriors that Dr. Benjamin mentioned were useful. Why did they die one after another? An ordinary person didn't die, but the super warriors died faster than anything else. Isn't this a scam? The doctor said that he won't send super warriors to help us for the time being because super warriors can't be mass-produced. The two most successful people on the doctor's side have been killed, and the remaining few have various flaws. They can't carry out long-distance operations, said the behind-the-scenes boss. Boss, then how do we deal with Yang Ming? Huang Yukai said very unhappily. That kid Yang Ming is very carefree. He won't be carefree for long. I have already inquired that Yang Ming is going to Yunnan to perform a mission. It is said to be a special mission. Although I don't know the specific content of the mission, This is a good opportunity. If we use it properly, humph, said the behind-the-scenes boss with a sneer. Chapter 1879. Oh, really? Huang Yukai was stunned. But if he goes to Yunnan, how do we deal with him? Of course, it's true. Before this, I had a partner that you didn't know. The behind-the-scenes boss smiled mysteriously and said, his name is Elder Yu. He is a very powerful person in Miaojiang. The behind-the-scenes boss hadn't contacted Elder Yu for a long time, but it didn't mean that the connection was cut off. Although Elder Yu had given so much money, in the end, he still didn't do anything to Yang Ming. This made the behind-the-scenes boss quite critical. However, the behind-the-scenes boss also understood through a series of recent events that Yang Ming wasn't so easy to deal with. Therefore, he no longer resented Elder Yu, because now it seemed that he and Elder Yu were on par with each other. This also made the behind-the-scenes boss deeply feel that it was a mistake to choose to go against Yang Ming. However, who made him unable to distinguish between public and private interests, which was for himself, and which was for the center. The behind-the-scenes boss could no longer find himself in life. When he dealt with Yang Ming, it was because Yang Ming blocked his way forward. The behind-the-scenes boss didn't want to be controlled by the center all his life. He also wanted to break away from the center and have his own life. He wanted to live in seclusion with his sister, Alice, and live an ordinary life. Working for the center, although it seemed to be very glorious with money and people in his hands, he never had his own freedom. The behind-the-scenes boss believed that once the center had a task that required him to sacrifice himself, Dr. Benjamin would not hesitate to give him up. He was just a chess piece, and so was his sister, Alice. However, the only way to make himself grow quickly and have a way to compete with the strength of the center was blocked by Yang Ming. How could the behind-the-scenes boss not hate? This was also the reason why he targeted Yang Ming everywhere. In fact, in essence, he and Yang Ming had no deep hatred. However, Yang Ming blocked his way to freedom. He was unwilling in his heart. Even if he died, he wanted to drag Yang Ming down with him. Elder Yu? Why does this name sound so weird? Huang Yukai repeated it faintly and looked at the behind-the-scenes boss with some doubts. This person knows about Yang Ming's movements? To be precise, Yang Ming is going to find trouble with Elder Yu this time. When the behind-the-scenes boss said this, he couldn't help but laugh. It's good enough that he didn't find trouble with him. He actually took the initiative to go to Elder Yu's territory to show off. This time, he can't blame others. If he wants to die, then no one could do anything about it. Are you sure that Elder Yu can keep Yang Ming here? Huang Yukai didn't believe in Elder Yu's strength. If he had the strength to keep Yang Ming, then what was he doing before? There was no need to wait until now. The behind-the-scenes boss saw Huang Yutsai's doubts from his face, so he explained, this Elder Yu has practiced an evil technique. Now that the evil technique has started, in his own words, he is already invincible. Of course, it might not be that powerful, but it should be close. Really? Huang Yukai complained a little. At that time, Jetson was also said to be invincible, but wasn't he killed in the end? Also, didn't Kevin, who was in contact with him later, disappear inexplicably? Therefore, Huang Yukai didn't believe in the bragging about being invincible. But now, he had to avenge Wang Shifan and his son, so he could only rely on the behind-the-scenes boss. You don't have to look at me with such a suspicious gaze. The behind-the-scenes boss naturally knew what Huang Yukai was thinking. Regardless of whether he can keep Yang Ming or not, someone will create trouble for Yang Ming for us. Why don't we do it? That's true. Huang Yukai nodded. Who cares if Yang Ming is dead or not? It's enough that someone is helping us. Even if he doesn't die, he can create some trouble for him. The behind-the-scenes boss's face also showed a strange smile. In his opinion, Yang Ming was probably doomed this time. No matter how powerful Yang Ming was, he was facing a normal person. Elder Yu is no longer a human being. Elder Yu, who practiced evil techniques, could be described as abnormal, and his attack weapon was sinister voodoo. This was not a conventional weapon at all. The behind-the-scenes boss didn't believe that Yang Ming could deal with it. It was said that even the Lan family of Miaojiang was not Elder Yu's opponent. How could Yang Ming deal with Elder Yu? At first, he was worried that Yang Ming and Lan Ling would hinder his plan to defeat Elder Yu after they got together. But now it seemed that the Lan family was in a precarious situation, let alone helping Yang Ming. Of course, the behind-the-scenes boss didn't want to explain these details to Huang Yukai. Everything would depend on the result. If Yang Ming could stay there was no need to say anything. If Yang Ming couldn't stay there was useless to say anything now. Jing Xiaolu's office was a separate suite divided into an inner room and an outer room. The inner room was a lounge, just like the hotel room. There was a bed, a TV, and a separate bathroom. Jing Xiaolu informed her secretary that she wanted to rest. If there was anything, she would ask someone to contact Brother Bao or Brother Ho. Then she ran to the inner room to play a pushover game with Yang Ming. The two lingered until dinner time. Jing Xiaolu got up from the bed reluctantly. "Husband, I'm going to eat with Sister Huame. You find a place to eat first. I'll call you at night. Let's go to the hotel." Yang Ming originally planned to go home, but he nodded when he saw Jing Xiaolu's expectant gaze. He spent the least time with Jing Xiaolu recently, so he might as well stay with her for the whole day today. "Okay, then you go. I'll just eat by myself." Yang Ming agreed, but that Lu Huame, I don't think she's very sincere. I don't like her asking for our help and giving us benefits. Jing Xiaolu was shocked. She knew that Yang Ming had a lot of opinions about Lu Huame. Jing Xiaolu was a little troubled. She had a good relationship with Lu Huame. They had contacted each other a lot in private during this time, and she had even learned a lot from her. It could be said that Lu Huame was half her teacher. Therefore, Jing Xiaolu didn't want Lu Huame to fall this time from the bottom of her heart. She wanted Lu Huame to pull herself together and get through this difficult time. She wanted to help Lu Huame, but this was from a personal point of view. From the company's perspective, Jing Xiaolu was a rational person. Yang Ming had given her such a big business. She couldn't do things based on her own preferences, and she couldn't appoint people based on favoritism. Personal relationships were personal. Jing Xiaolu would never do anything that would harm the company's interests. Chapter 1880. However, from Jing Xiaolu's point of view, if both parties were to make certain concessions, her company would still be profitable, and she could help Lu Huame get through this difficult time. Why not? It was just that Lu Huame's strong woman side made Yang Ming feel disgusted. He completely ignored this matter, leaving Jing Xiaolu with no way to salvage the situation. Jing Xiaolu sighed. "Husband, her character is like this. Her father got into a car accident when she was young, so she had to take care of the family by herself. From a certain point of view, she is actually quite similar to me. She doesn't open her heart easily and always uses another face to deal with people. It's just that she is a little more fortunate than me, or a little more unfortunate. It depends on how you look at it." Jing Xiaolu was telling the truth. She used to look like a delinquent girl. It wasn't that she was willing to be a delinquent girl, but she had to use such an identity to hide the weakness in her heart. She needed a lot of money to treat her grandmother and support her family. It was impossible to get so much money through normal channels, so she chose to be a delinquent girl. While looking for a stronger backer, she kept scamming people for money. Lu Huame was the same, but she was luckier because her family was rich. However, there was more intrigue, and every step was dangerous. She could be doomed at any time. I don't care about that. Everyone has their own destiny. However, since she is looking for me for help and is using this attitude, I can only say sorry. I don't owe her anything, Yang Ming said faintly. You can accept my past. Why can't you give Sister Huame a chance? She's really pitiful. Jing Xiaolu got up and put on her clothes helplessly. She didn't beg Yang Ming again, and only said, "I'll go first. I have to treat her to a meal. I'll call you at night." "Okay." Yang Ming nodded and watched Jing Xiaolu leave the office. In fact, if Lu Huame had asked him softly, Yang Ming would definitely help her. First of all, she was a delicate beauty. Yang Ming couldn't bear to see girls cry. Although he was a male chauvinist, he was also the most soft-hearted person. What's more, Liu Huamei had helped Jing Xiaolu in the last escort company's matter. Plus, she was Jing Xiaolu's good friend. How could Yang Ming sit by and do nothing? Even if it was for nothing and without any return, Yang Ming could do it. Because of Yang Ming's character. Like Shen Yushi's case at first, but Yang Ming was still able to handle it, of course. He was of course. Was of the Huameis of the world of the view of the world of the Huamei of view. Coming out of Jing Xiaolu's office, Yang Ming was about to go to Bao Sanli's office. But as soon as he got into the elevator, he saw an unexpected person. It was Jing Xiaolu's good friend, Gu Xinyao. At this moment, Gu Xinyao was flirting with a tall and rough man. She looked very happy. The man was also very casual and was laughing with Gu Xinyao. This scene made Yang Ming slightly stunned. Originally, Yang Ming thought that if Gu Xinyao and Bai Hai were to have a relationship crisis, the first one to cheat would definitely be Bai Hai. So, Yang Ming had also reminded Bai Hai many times on different occasions not to forget his old love because of a new person. Bai Hai shouldn't forget that he got to where he was by relying on nepotism. The person he should thank the most was Gu Xinyao. Bai Hai was quite reassuring. Even if he was now the general manager of many property companies, there was no messy news. Even his secretary was a married woman in her 30s. When he went out to socialize, he was even more careful. He was afraid that any unfavorable rumors would spread to Jing Xiaolu, so that she would stand up for her friend, Gu Xinyao. Seeing this scene today made Yang Ming feel very strange. Why is Gu Xinyao so close to a strange man? Does she not want Bai Hai anymore? Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but frown. He did have a good impression of fickle women. In the past, Gu Xinyao was more casual. When she slept with Bai Hai's boss before, Yang Ming could treat it as being forced. But now, Yang Ming couldn't help but feel disgusted when he saw her like this. If she was such a person, Yang Ming wouldn't say much, but he would also let Jing Xiaolu have less contact with her. Yang Ming was afraid that she would lead Jing Xiaolu astray. Brother Yang. When Gu Xinyao saw Yang Ming, she was also stunned. She didn't expect Yang Ming to appear here. She was a little nervous and embarrassed. She was somewhat at a loss. Yang Ming frowned even more. Originally, he didn't intend to speak. He pretended not to know Gu Xinyao. When he reached the floor where Bao Sanli was, he went straight out of the elevator. He was giving Gu Xinyao face and telling her to behave herself. However, since Gu Xinyao took the initiative to say hello, Yang Ming couldn't pretend not to know her. What's the matter? Don't you know how to be more careful in the company? Yang Ming asked in a low voice. He was also giving face to Jing Xiaolu because this was her friend after all. I'm sorry, Brother Yang. I thought it was in the elevator. No one saw it, so... Gu Xinyao was even more embarrassed. The man next to her also lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. Although he didn't know who Yang Ming was, he knew that this was the company's leader when he saw Gu Xinyao's attitude. Does Bai Hai know? Asked Yang Ming. He didn't know at first, but later he knew. Gu Xinyao said carefully. What did he say? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Bai Hai to already know. He didn't agree at first, but later, I was angry with him. He had no choice but to agree. He just asked me to pay attention to the influence. Gu Xinyao lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Yang Ming. Yang Ming widened his eyes and felt that it was a bit incredible. Bai Hai agreed. He even asked Gu Xinyao to pay attention to the influence. How is this possible? What was Bai Hai thinking? Yang Ming felt that his brain was short-circuited. He couldn't react for a while. Am I unable to keep up with the times? Or is this world too crazy? This kind of thing. Yang Ming felt a little disgusted. Although it was Yang Ming's male chauvinism, in the end, the world had been a patriarchal society since ancient times. In this world, most of the wealth and value were created by men. It was undeniable that there were strong women, but they were in the minority after all. The ancient emperors had many concubines. That was a fact that was easier to accept. Just like Yang Ming had more than one girlfriend, and everyone got along well with each other, so it wasn't too complicated. Chapter 1881. However, if a woman had many men, this was somewhat unacceptable. It was unbearable just thinking about it. At least, Yang Ming couldn't stand it. Surprisingly, Bai Hai actually agreed to it. Brother Yang, don't blame Bai Hai. He wanted to tell you, but I didn't let him. Gu Xinyao was afraid that Yang Ming would vent his anger on Bai Hai, so she quickly explained. This made Yang Ming even more puzzled. He originally thought that Gu Xinyao had no feelings for Bai Hai, so Gu Xinyao found another man. However, from Gu Xinyao's words, it seemed that this was not the case. Gu Xinyao seemed to like Bai Hai. What the hell is going on? Generally speaking, there were many fickle men, but fickle women were rare. Most women were single-minded. Before they had a change of heart, they wouldn't accept other men. Of course, this was excluding those promiscuous girls. Yang Ming really didn't know what to say. He had to say, does Xiaolu know? Sister-in-law, Xiaolu knows. It was through her consent that I was introduced. Gu Xinyao nodded and said, Huh. Yang Ming was about to faint. Why was it introduced? Through Jing Xiaolu. Why would Jing Xiaolu do this kind of thing? With Yang Ming's understanding of Jing Xiaolu, she wasn't such a person, right? What's wrong, Brother Yang? Seeing Yang Ming, so surprised, Gu Xinyao also wondered what happened to Yang Ming. Nothing. Yang Ming shook his head. What is his name? What is he doing in the company? His name is Gu Xinguang. He is my fourth uncle's child. Gu Xinyao quickly introduced him carefully. Gu Xinguang? Your fourth uncle's child? Yang Ming's mouth was wide open. He finally realized that he had misunderstood. Gu Xinyao and Gu Xinguang were relatives. It was normal for them to mess around. If she introduced her relative to work in the company, Bai Hai would naturally stop it. After all, it wouldn't be good if people talked about it. It seemed that he had completely misunderstood. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but feel ashamed. He even said that she was too crazy, but in fact, it was his own thoughts that were too complicated. After he came back from the army, he had nothing to do at home, so I introduced him to the company to be a security guard. Brother Yang, I didn't go through the back door. Xinguang's conditions were enough for our company to recruit him, but he was supposed to be a guard at the property company below. Sister Xiaolu helped to arrange for him to be a security guard at the headquarters. This way, he wouldn't be exposed to the sun. Gu Xinyao said carefully, Brother Yang, don't be angry. How about I let him go to the property company below to stand guard? It's okay. Yang Ming waved his hand embarrassedly. He's your relative. It's only right to take care of him. Everything was fine? Then, thank you, Brother Yang. Gu Xinyao thought that Yang Ming frowned because he was going to get angry, but he was fine now. Why did it make her feel like she was lifting it up high and putting it down gently? It's really nothing. I was thinking about something else just now. Did you misunderstand? Yang Ming complained with a smile. No. How could I misunderstand? Gu Xinyao was overjoyed. She was relieved. It turned out that Brother Yang wasn't dissatisfied with his relative coming to work in the company. As she thought of this, she quickly said to her younger brother, Gu Xinguang, aren't you going to thank Brother Yang? Thank you, Brother Yang. Gu Xinguang was a little shy. It seemed that he had just entered the society. Work hard. Your sister's relationship is one thing, but you have to work hard yourself too. Yang Ming patted Gu Xinguang's shoulder and said to Gu Xinyao, let Xiaolu arrange a vice captain position for him first. If he can do it, we will focus on training him in the future. Gu Xinyao and Gu Xinguang were so surprised that they opened their mouths wide. They didn't expect a blessing in disguise. Gu Xinguang was actually promoted. She glared at Gu Xinguang and said, aren't you going to thank Brother Yang? Thank you, Brother Yang. Thank you, Brother Yang. Gu Xinguang was so excited that his face turned red. He didn't know how to express his emotions. He kept thanking Yang Ming. All right. Yang Ming waved his hand. You don't have to thank me. I can only help you this much. You have to walk your own path in the future. I want a down-to-earth and hard-working person. I don't want a person who is fearless and arrogant just because he has connections. I don't want to hear others say that you don't put your boss in your eyes because of your connections in the future. Yang Ming needed to remind Gu Xinguang in advance. Although the current Gu Xinguang didn't seem like a pompous person no one could say whether he would change in the future as the environment changed. In a company, it wasn't that relatives and friends couldn't be used, but it was a problem with the system. There must be a reasonable system to restrain these people so that these people wouldn't act cool and not put their boss in their eyes just because they had some connections. Brother Yang, don't worry. I'm not that kind of person. When I'm in the company, others don't know about my relationship with my sister. Just now in the elevator, I really didn't notice. I definitely won't do it in the future. Brother Yang, don't worry. Gu Xingguang was a practical person and said quickly. Yang Ming smiled and didn't say anything. He just reminded that Gu Xingguang's future and whether he would stand out was his own business. Yang Ming couldn't care so much. Yang Ming nodded to Gu Xinyao, got out of the elevator, and walked to Bao Sanli's office. Jing Xiaolu came to the hotel room where Lu Huamei was staying, but found that Lu Huamei's eyes were red. It was obvious that she had just cried. Lu Huamei forced a smile when she saw Jing Xiaolu. Xiaolu, you're here? What's wrong, Sister Huamei? You cried? Jing Xiaolu looked at Lu Huamei in surprise. She didn't expect Lu Huamei, who had always been strong, to cry. However, she felt pity in her heart. If she cried in front of Yang Ming just now, even if Yang Ming didn't do anything, he wouldn't just sit by and watch, right? It's nothing. Lu Huamei shook her head. Of course, she didn't admit that she cried. That was because Lu Huamei, had the image of a strong woman in front of outsiders. She was a strong girl, no matter what. Even if her father fell down and was unconscious in the hospital, she would still play the role of a strong woman. That was because she knew that this was the only way her family could be considered a family. If she also fell down, what would happen to her mother? The whole family would lose all hope in an instant. If she was as weak as her mother, then her greedy uncle would pounce on her like a hungry wolf. Not only would he drive her and her mother out of the Lu family, but he would also eat up all the shares in their hands. So no matter what, Lu Huamei had to pretend to be a strong person. If she didn't act strong at all times, she wouldn't be bullied. Chapter 1882. In fact, Jing Xiaolu was right. Lu Huamei was just pretending. In fact, she was just like Jing Xiaolu. They were both weak women. When Lu Huamei was in the hotel earlier, she had called a few of her close friends and expressed her intention to cooperate again. However, these people who were originally very close and enthusiastic were now avoiding Lu Huamei as if they were avoiding the plague. They flatly refused to cooperate with Lu Huamei. This made Lu Huamei's mood fall to rock bottom again. Originally, she thought that it was normal for those partners to not help for the sake of benefits. However, why did these good friends turn their backs on her? Lu Huamei wanted to cry. She hadn't cried for a long time. She finally couldn't hold it in the hotel alone and cried loudly. She was really done for this time. Without any support, she was doomed. In the Lu family's general situation, the power was concentrated on Lu Hua and his two sons. Lu Huamei was destined to be on the weak side. Without help, there was nothing she could do to turn the situation around. Moreover, Lu Huamei was very clear that even with help, she might not be able to turn the situation around. Therefore, Lu Huamei cried. She regretted it now. She shouldn't have talked to Yang Ming so harshly. There was no room for redemption now. This way, the Lu family was basically done for in the hands of Lu Hua, Lu Jinan, and Lu Zhiqiao. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The important thing was that she accidentally heard an elder on the board of directors tell the truth about her father's car accident. All of this was planned by Lu Hua and Lu Jinan. Their purpose was to seize power. Lu Huamei wanted Lu Hua dead. She couldn't bear the torment of hatred anymore, so she cried. However, there was nothing she could do after crying. Although crying was a sign of the weak, she could only be the weak in this situation. She wanted to have someone to talk to, but when she looked back, she realized that there was no one around her who could be called a confidant or a best friend. In her opinion, Jing Xiaolu would definitely not come to see her today. Jing Xiaolu was just being perfunctory when she said that she would treat her to dinner. Now, it was already past dinner time, but Jing Xiaolu still hadn't come. Lu Huamei guessed that Jing Xiaolu had also given up on her. Therefore, Lu Huamei didn't care about her image anymore. She didn't touch up her makeup after crying. She didn't even bother to wipe away the tears on her face. She just wanted to sleep. After waking up, she wanted to return to her carefree childhood. Every day after school, she would sit at the dining table with her mother and wait for her father to come back from work. However, she knew that this was impossible. Her father was lying on the bed, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Her enemies were still at large, and they still wanted to bully her even more. However, Lu Huamei couldn't change anything. That kind of heartwarming scene could only appear in dreams. The only thing Lu Huamei was looking forward to now was a good dream. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Lu Huamei thought it was the waiter because she had just asked for a set meal. However, she didn't expect to see Jing Xiaolu when she opened the door. Sister Huamei, don't lie. There are still tear stains on your face. Jing Xiaolu looked at Lu Huamei's haggard appearance and felt a little worried. She sighed deeply. Sister Huamei, if you have any grievances, can you tell me? Xiaolu, you're here. I thought you wouldn't come. Lu Huamei smiled bitterly. She knew that it was useless to deny it with her current appearance. Since Jing Xiaolu saw through it, there was no need for her to deny it. She rubbed the corner of her eyes and said sadly, Now I know that I don't have a single friend. You do. Jing Xiaolu's heart softened when she saw Lu Huamei's appearance. She said, Am I not your friend? In fact, Jing Xiaolu and Lu Huamei could only be considered to have a good relationship. They definitely couldn't be considered good friends because the two mostly discussed company matters and rarely talked about personal matters. Yes, Xiaolu, you're my friend. Lu Huamei finally couldn't hold back her inner feelings and hugged Jing Xiaolu. Her tears fell again. I'm very happy that you still think of me at this time. I'm really happy. Xiaolu, thank you. Sister Huamei, what are you saying? I came to see you as a good friend. Jing Xiaolu wanted to promise something, but she couldn't. She was in a dilemma. Lu Huamei saw Jing Xiaolu's dilemma and smiled bitterly. I know your intentions, but Yangming obviously doesn't want to help me. I know it's none of your business. In fact, I also understand that if you get involved in our Lu family's matters at this time, there's a big possibility that you'll lose everything in the end. All your investments will go down the drain. My other friends are also unwilling to help. After all, friends are friends, but they can't harm their own company's interests, right? So, Yangming's approach is right. He is a rational person. Yangming rational. Jing Xiaolu smiled bitterly and said in her heart, Sister Huamei, you really misunderstood. Yangming is not a very rational person. On the contrary, Yangming is a person who is easily swayed by emotions. If you had cried and begged him in the beginning, I think he would have definitely agreed. But now, I'm afraid it's hard to reverse the situation now. Isn't that so? Lu Huamei asked rhetorically. No, Jing Xiaolu shook her head. You don't understand Yangming. He's a person who can be persuaded, but not cowed. He's actually very kind. Kind? Lu Huamei was stunned. Sister Huamei, I can't guarantee 100%, but I can be 80% sure. If you had cried and begged him in the company just now, maybe he would have helped, even if there were no benefits that would tempt him. Jing Xiaolu shook her head and explained, There's no reason for him to help someone because he's soft-hearted. The friends around him are all like this, including me back then. Let me tell you the story between me and Yangming. And okay, Lu Huamei was actually a very gossipy little girl despite her strong side. Now that she had removed her disguise in front of Jing Xiaolu, there was no need for her to hide anymore. So, she revealed her true colors. Jing Xiaolu actually wanted to share her little secret with someone. There were some things that couldn't be told to Ge Xinyao, Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and the others. It was uncomfortable to keep it bottled up in her heart. It was a good opportunity to talk to Lu Huamei, who had nothing to do with her. So, Jing Xiaolu talked about the first time she met Yangming in the cafeteria. Then, she talked about how she fell in love with Yangming, and how she started to change for Yangming. Then, she talked about how her change as a waitress moved Yangming and made him make a call to arrange for her to go to the current Ming Yang group. Chapter 1883. Lu Huamei couldn't help but widen her eyes as she listened to Jing Xiaolu's narration. She really didn't expect that the previous Jing Xiaolu would have such a side to her. Moreover, isn't the story between her and Yang Ming too legendary? How can Yang Ming accept such a Jing Xiaolu? Hee, isn't it strange? But that's the truth. I'm very lucky. Jing Xiaolu couldn't help but feel a little proud as she said this. The previous me was similar to you. I always liked to disguise myself. Only then can I not be bullied. Only then can I protect myself. But now, I don't need to anymore, because I found a man who can protect me and solve all my problems for me. If something like you happened to me, I don't have to worry because my husband will solve it for me. Ugh. I'm sorry, Sister Huamei. I'm not showing off to you. Speaking of this, Jing Xiaolu suddenly realized that she had said too much. She really wasn't showing off. She was immersed in happiness and said those words unconsciously. However, from what Lu Huamei heard, she probably meant to show off. However, Lu Huamei shook her head. I know. You're not showing off. I'm very envious of you. If what you said is true, and you found a good man, that's why, Sister Huamei, I advise you to end your single life as soon as possible. It's good to have someone to share the burden with you. You don't have to work so hard. Jing Xiaolu nodded and felt relieved when she saw that Lu Huamei understood. Hee, how can it be so easy to find one? Most of the people who chase me are either drooling over my property or my beauty. Which one of them is sincere to me? I'm afraid that they'll be the first to abandon me when there's a better one or when I have nothing, right? I know very well what those young masters who chase me are like. Lu Huamei said with a bitter smile. Do you think everyone is as lucky as you? There are too many people like us. Sister Huamei, can you tell me about yourself too? See if I can help you. Jing Xiaolu still wanted to help Lu Huamei. After all, they were all women. From a certain point of view, they were all women with tough lives. Jing Xiaolu couldn't help but feel that they were in the same boat. Help me. Forget it. It's all my fault. If I was more humble and cried, your Yangming might really help me out of sympathy. Lu Huamei was also a little regretful that she didn't inform Jing Xiaolu beforehand and understand Yangming's character. Otherwise, she wouldn't have screwed things up. It's too late to say anything now, but I need to find someone to talk to me. Until she talked about her father's as murderer, Lu's murderers, Lu's, Huang's S's, S's and S's, TSS tells us, I really want to kill them. Jing Xiaolu wasn't averse to bloody violence at all. Instead, she was very excited. Then kill them. This kind of scum shouldn't be left alive. But I can't do anything. If I could die together with them, I wouldn't hesitate to. Lu Huamei was a little surprised by Jing Xiaolu's support. However, she was relieved when she thought of Jing Xiaolu's past life. A delinquent's life was full of violence, but I think the one who dies in the end will be me. If they can murder my father, they can do the same to me. Xiaolu, I'm only telling you this because I treat you as my best sister. If I really have nothing this time, you won't ignore me, right? Of course not. Jing Xiaolu shook her head and sighed. She finally couldn't help but say, Sister Huamei, actually, what you said is just a small matter to me. It mainly depends on whether your husband is willing to help you or not. If he's willing to help, Lu Hua and Lu Jinan are just clowns. Yang Ming is so powerful. Lu Huamei didn't believe Jing Xiaolu's words. In her opinion, girls always like to exaggerate their men's strength. However, Lu Huamei didn't think that Lu Hua and Lu Jinan were so weak. You don't understand him, but I do. Jing Xiaolu said, Sister Huamei, I've said what I should say. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Lu Huamei seriously considered Jing Xiaolu's words now. Logically speaking, Jing Xiaolu's current identity was no longer a delinquent. If it was in the past, it was possible for her to brag. However, her current identity was the chairman of the Mingyang group. How could she brag so casually? She must have something to rely on if she said so. Thinking of this, Lu Huamei seemed to have grasped the last straw. She suddenly straightened up. Xiaolu, tell me. Tell me what to do. even if I don't want the Jiangyan group. I'm willing to pay anything as long as Lu Hua's family dies a horrible death. Even if you ask me to commit suicide in order to keep it a secret, as long as Lu Hua and Lu Jianan die. Lu Huamei really wanted to take revenge. She wouldn't feel at ease for the rest of her life if the enemy who killed her father didn't die. Money was nothing in her eyes. Nothing could compare to family. If family was gone, then there was nothing left. This. Jing Xiaolu looked at Lu Huamei and hesitated. There was a way, but she wasn't sure if it would be effective. She wasn't sure if Lu Huamei would do it. Xiaolu, just tell me what conditions you have. Since Lu Huamei had thrown caution to the wind, she naturally didn't care about anything else. She couldn't wait to achieve her goal. Sister Huamei, what conditions can I have? Of course, I want the best for you. Jing Xiaolu smiled awkwardly. I'm just not sure if this method will work. It's fine if you want me to kneel and beg him. Whether it works or not, I have to try it. Lu Huamei said anxiously. Then, I'll say it. Jing Xiaolu's heart was slightly sour. She whispered a few words into Lu Huamei's ear. Lu Huamei's face immediately turned red after hearing it. However, she nodded after a slight hesitation. She looked at Jing Xiaolu gratefully. Xiaolu, thank you. I don't know what to say, Sister Huamei. You said it yourself. We're good friends. Jing Xiaolu sighed in her heart, but said happily on the surface. Then we'll really be best friends in the future. I actually hope to be best friends with you. Lu Huamei sighed with self-pity. I don't have such high expectations. It's just an exchange. I'm afraid he won't take it seriously. Chapter 1884. You still don't understand Yangming. You will slowly understand him in the future. Jing Xiaolu said, Let's go. Let's go eat something first. You will only have strength when you are full. You don't have to eat too much. Your stomach will bulge. Lu Huamei was a little worried, like a little woman at this moment. I'll teach you some precautions. You're lucky tonight. It was supposed to be me. Jing Xiaolu was a little jealous when she said this. Lu Huamei was a little embarrassed and looked at Jing Xiaolu awkwardly. Then, how about, you accompany me too? It was Jing Xiaolu's turn to be surprised. Sister Huamei can't be so bold, right? She wants to have a threesome on her first time? Although Lu Huamei was inexperienced, it wasn't like she didn't understand anything. She knew that Jing Xiaolu had misunderstood when she saw Jing Xiaolu's expression. She didn't mean it that way, but it seemed to be that way when she expressed it, and it was also that way when she did it. This was really hard to explain. In fact, she really hoped that Jing Xiaolu wouldn't leave. Otherwise, she wouldn't know what to do. No, nothing. I'm just a little scared. Lu Huamei shook her head quickly. Oh, it's okay. Don't worry. I'll arrange it for you when the time comes. Jing Xiaolu said, For you, I not only gave up my chance, but I was also worried about being scolded by my husband. Sister Huamei, you have to cherish it. You must let him help you. Otherwise, my sacrifice will be in vain, and Lu Huamei nodded shyly. She thought, if he still doesn't help, not only will your sacrifice be in vain, but I will also sacrifice in vain. Yangming ate dinner with Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan. The three of them didn't have many chances to eat together. It was very rare, so they cherished each other. Brother Yang, Bao Zi, won't say anything. I only admire you in this life. Even Ho Jinhan can't do it. Bao Sanli raised the wine glass in his hand. Bao Sanli, will follow Brother Yang. I will always be your little brother. It's the same whether you come back this time or not. I will protect your family with all my heart. I will continue to be your little brother when we reach the underworld. Well, I'm a rough person, and I don't know how to talk. I will drink this cup of wine, and everything will be understood without words. Yangming was very pleased, and drank a glass of wine with Bao Sanli. As for Ho Jinhan, he was not angry after listening to Bao Sanli's words because he also had the same thoughts. So he smiled and said, Bao Zi, you are not convinced by me, but I am not convinced by you. I only admire Brother Yang. If it wasn't for Brother Yang saving me back then, I wouldn't have been able to treat my old mother's illness. It's hard to say if I would have gone to jail for robbery. That's right. Our fates were changed because of Brother Yang. Otherwise, they would be small fries. Maybe they would go to prison or be hunted down by their enemies. How could they be as glorious as they are now? Bao solemnly nodded. So, Brother Yang, you don't have to worry. We will guard the rear for you. You can perform the mission without any worries. Ho Jinhan said, if Bao solemnly has any disloyalty, I will definitely kill him, even if I have to die. Fuck. How can you say that? You are the one who has disloyalty. I still want to kill you. Bao solemnly was unwilling. He stood up suddenly and glared at Ho Jinhan. If I dare to do something wrong to Brother Yang, I will kill myself directly. I don't need you. You still want to kill me? With your skill. Ho Jinhan also drank a little too much. He was somewhat unwilling. Okay, you two. I haven't left yet, and you are already fighting among yourselves. If I leave, will each of you take a group of people to fight? Yang Ming pretended to be angry and glared at the two of them. He slammed the table and scolded them. Brother Yang, we're just fooling around. I'm sorry. Bao solemnly suddenly felt embarrassed and bowed his head. Ho Jinhan was also the same. He sat down awkwardly. Okay, I know your loyalty, but loyalty is done, not said. In the future, it will depend on your performance. Yang Ming nodded and said faintly. After the two swore, Ho Jinhan suddenly asked, Brother Yang, I heard that there's a kind of voodoo that is loyal to a person. Zhang Zhishan seems to have mentioned it before, right? Zhang Zhishan mentioned by Ho Jinhan had been with Ho Junhan and others recently. Because Elder Yu had gone back, Zhang Zhishan was naturally useless. However, Grandma Lan Ling didn't ask him to go back, so he naturally stayed here to wait for orders. After chatting a lot, Ho Jinhan also knew a thing or two about voodoo. At this time, he suddenly mentioned this matter. His thoughts were self-evident. Loyal voodoo? Yang Ming was slightly stunned, but then he immediately understood Ho Junhan's meaning. However, Yang Ming did not agree. Baozi, why aren't you talking? Are you afraid? Ho Jinhan asked with a sneer. Why wouldn't I dare? Am I not waiting for Brother Yang to speak? Bao solemnly was anxious. Aren't you looking down on me? You can do whatever you want. Brother Yang wants me to die now, without blinking an eye, let alone voodoo. If I didn't have a little self-awareness, I would want to accompany Brother Yang to perform the mission. Let's discuss this matter again. Yang Ming hesitated, waved his hand, and didn't immediately agree. After all, this matter wasn't Yang Ming's matter alone. If something happened to him, wouldn't he be trapped for a lifetime? There is no need to discuss. Let's go find Zhang Zhishan tomorrow. Bao solemnly was afraid that Ho Junhan would take the lead this time, so he said quickly, Then, let's talk about it tomorrow. Yang Ming nodded faintly. Let's not talk about this today. We have known each other for a long time. Let's chat and study the future direction of our company after I leave. Bao solemnly and Ho Jinhan both nodded and began to make plans. In fact, the two people had already studied the direction before. When Yang Ming wasn't there, they couldn't slack off on development. Anyway, the central idea of the two people was to assist Jing Xiaolu to do well in the Ming-Yang group. You don't have to work too hard. If I can come back, we will all withdraw and go to Island X to live in seclusion. We will let go of the business here. Yang Ming had already thought about the future retreat. We still need to make money. If we want to live in seclusion, isn't it more important to make money? Bao solemnly smiled. I still want to make more money to retire. This time, I have to work harder. The three people ate for about 2 hours, and they were very satisfied. Yang Ming's phone also rang at this time. Yang Ming glanced at the caller ID. It was Jing Xiaolu, so he said to Bao solemnly and Ho Jinhan, Let's end it here today. Xiaolu called and asked me to go back. Chapter 1885. Okay, Brother Yang, you go first. Baozi and I will drink again. We don't have many chances to come out and drink. Ho Jinhan smiled and nodded. Okay, then you continue. I will go first. Yang Ming said as he got up and left the private room. Then, he picked up Jing Xiaolu's phone call. Hello. Xiaolu, where are you? Asked Yang Ming. Husband, I have finished eating. I am in Huajin Shang Hotel, room 302. Can you come and find me? Jing Xiaolu's voice came from the phone. It was a little charming and very attractive. Yang Ming was already drunk. When he heard Jing Xiaolu's voice, he couldn't help but be moved. However, he still asked with some doubts, "Why aren't you in your own hotel? Why are you in someone else's territory?" "There. Everyone knows me, the chairman. If I shout too loudly, it will have a bad influence," Jing Xiaolu said with some embarrassment. "No one knows us here, so we can be more relaxed." "Oh, that's fine. You wait for me. I will be there right away." Yang Ming was puzzled. The hotel shouldn't be so soundproof, right? Moreover, the new Songjiang International Hotel, which was the original Douglas Vast Hotel, was newly built. How could it not be soundproof? However, Yang Ming didn't ask much. Maybe Jing Xiaolu was afraid that others would see her, the president, in a room with him and gossip. Yang Ming could also understand. After all, Jing Xiaolu was the chairman. She had to have prestige. After leaving the nightless club, Yang Ming got in Little Wang's car and said to Little Wang, "Go to Hua Jinshang Hotel." "Okay, Brother Yang." Little Wang nodded and slowly started the car. Then he said, "Brother Yang, do you want to open the window or the air conditioner?" "Open the window." After Yang Ming finished drinking, he didn't want to blow on the air conditioner. So he opened the window and asked, "Have you eaten?" "Yes, I just ate a bowl of beef noodles next to it." Little Wang nodded. "Brother Yang, you don't have to worry about me. I'm such an adult. I can take care of myself." Yang Ming didn't say anything. Although Little Wang was his confidant, it wasn't appropriate to bring him along in such an occasion. There were not many cars at night, so they soon arrived at the Huajin Hotel. Xiao Wang parked the car in the parking lot and asked, "Brother Yang, do you still need the car tonight?" "No need. You can go home and sleep. You can also get a room in the hotel to rest. Little Ran can come and accompany you. It will be convenient for me to use the car tomorrow morning." Yang Ming said, "Okay, Brother Yang." Little Wang nodded. "Then I'll live here." When Yang Ming entered the hotel, he saw Jing Xiaolu's secretary greet him. It made Yang Ming stunned. Yang Ming had seen this secretary several times in Jing Xiaolu's office. However, Jing Xiaolu called him out and even brought his secretary along. Just as he was wondering, he heard the secretary say to him, "Brother Yang, I'm Little Li. Director Jing asked me to give you the room card." With that said, Secretary Little Li respectfully handed the key to Yang Ming. "You're waiting for me here just to give me the key?" Yang Ming asked, baffled. "Yeah, that's what Director Jing told me." Secretary Li nodded. "Brother Yang, then I will go back. My task is completed. Okay, you can go." Yang Ming nodded strangely and let Secretary Li go. Then, he turned and went to the elevator. He wondered in his heart, what kind of trick is this Jing Xiaolu playing? Why does she find a secretary to wait for me to give her the key? Could it be that she had already stripped naked and was waiting for him in the room? Yang Ming shook his head. Among his girlfriends, Jing Xiaolu was one of the bolder ones. It was possible that she had prepared some new tricks. When he arrived at the door of room 302, Yang Ming opened the door with a room card and then quickly closed the door. If he guessed correctly, Jing Xiaolu's naked body couldn't be seen by anyone outside the room. After entering the room, Yang Ming found that there was no one in the room. There was only a big empty bed. There was nothing on the bed except for the quilt. If he listened carefully, he would hear the sound of running water coming from the bathroom. Jing Xiaolu should be taking a shower. Yang Ming took off his coat and lay on the bed. He waited for Jing Xiaolu on the bed, turned on the TV casually, and watched it. In the past 2 days, most of the local economic channels were broadcasting speculation and analysis about the Liu family's future. Yang Ming thought it was a little funny. What does the future of other people's groups have to do with you people? However, he didn't know where a group of seemingly high-level experts had been invited from, and they began to comment on this matter. Some people supported Liu Hua, some supported Liu Jinan and Liu Zhiqiao. There were also people who were optimistic about the dark horse, Liu Huamei, but they were still in the minority. Yang Ming watched the TV news in boredom. He wondered if Jing Xiaolu spent so much effort today to plead for Liu Huamei. Although Yang Ming would help Liu Huamei reluctantly, he would still feel uncomfortable in his heart. The key was Lu Huamei's own attitude. Not long after, the bathroom door opened with a click. In fact, Lu Huamei had already finished showering. She didn't come out of the bathroom because she was waiting for Yang Ming. Xiaoli gave Yang Ming the room card and called Jing Xiaolu according to the agreement he had with her. After Jing Xiaolu got the news, she told Lu Huamei and left Lu Huamei's room. She asked Lu Huamei to pretend that she hadn't finished showering and wait for Yang Ming to enter the room before coming out. When she left, Jing Xiaolu felt a little bitter. What's wrong with me? Yang Ming is about to leave, but I didn't cherish this opportunity to have a good time with him. I actually gave this opportunity to another woman. Am I stupid? However, Jing Xiaolu really sympathized with Lu Huamei and her experience. In Jing Xiaolu's opinion, they were actually the same kind of people. If she didn't help her, who else could? This was her last and only hope. If she could really get Yang Ming's support, then her problem would naturally be solved. However, without Yang Ming's support, she was a helpless girl. Not only was she harmed by her uncle, but her father's revenge was hopeless. Her property and shares might also be stolen. It was really too pitiful. This made Jing Xiaolu feel pity for her. Lu Huamei was a little scared in the bathroom. She had made this decision before and felt that she could definitely do it because she was willing to do anything as long as she could avenge her father. Now it was just her body. She should be happy about this deal. Chapter 1886. However, she didn't dare to go out now. She was a girl after all. She didn't have any experience like this before, nor did she have a boyfriend. Her knowledge in this area came from novels and movies. Lu Huamei's feet couldn't move as she thought about what might happen later. She knew that she would be Yang Ming's woman as soon as she stepped out of this room. She might even be his secret lover in the future. She would come and go at his beck and call when he needed her. She wouldn't have a boyfriend anymore and wouldn't have her own freedom. However, if she couldn't even get past the current difficulties, then her future life would be even more gloomy. She wouldn't even be able to avenge her father. Therefore, Lu Huamei still took a firm step forward when she thought of this. She walked out of the room with a towel wrapped around her body and slowly walked towards Yang Ming. She felt that it was unspeakably ironic as she listened to the comments about the Lu family on the TV. All right, I didn't lose anything. I didn't expect myself to be so valuable. I could let Lu Hua and Lu Jinan get the punishment they deserved just by giving up my body. I could also get back the Jianyin group. The price I got in exchange was simply too generous. Yang Ming knew that Jing Xiaolu had come out when he heard the footsteps. He turned off the TV and was about to get up, but he was stunned when he saw the person who came. That was because the person who came wasn't Jing Xiaolu, but Lu Huamei, whom he saw this afternoon. The towel on Lu Huamei's body fell apart and fell to the ground silently. Her white skin was crystal clear, without a single flaw. This was a perfect woman. However, even though Lu Huamei was very beautiful, Yang Ming wasn't in the mood to admire her. He was slightly stunned and asked strangely, Lu Huamei, why are you here? Did I enter the wrong room? Lu Huamei saw Yang Ming's expression and knew that he had misunderstood. He thought that he entered the wrong room and didn't expect that she had purposely waited for him here. Lu Huamei was afraid that Yang Ming would just leave when she thought of this. She didn't know where she got the courage, but she suddenly hugged Yang Ming tightly without the shyness from before. However, Lu Huamei's actions stunned Yang Ming. What does Lu Huamei mean? What do you want to do? Yang Ming was already drunk, so his heart was a little agitated. After Lu Huamei's teasing, he unconsciously had some physiological reactions, especially when he could clearly feel the softness of Lu Huamei's chest. It made Yang Ming's breathing quicken. However, he still rationally restrained some of his thoughts. Yang Ming, I beg you to help me. 2 streams of tears suddenly fell from Lu Huamei's face as she spoke up to this point. It was unknown whether it was because of the upcoming sacrifice or because she thought of her own misery. Yang Ming was a little surprised by Lu Huamei's attitude and tone. Is this still Lu Huamei? That self-righteous and domineering Lu Huamei who thought that victory was within her grasp in the afternoon? Why did it seem like a completely different person? This was a completely different person from the Lu Huamei he saw in the afternoon. Yang Ming even wondered if the person who came was Lu Huamei's twin sister. Although Lu Huamei was shy when she saw Yang Ming's astonishment, she knew that she couldn't back down at this time. If she backed down, there was probably no way to salvage the situation. Therefore, she still hugged Yang Ming tightly. Yang Ming, I was wrong. I shouldn't have talked to you like that in the afternoon. Why don't you beat me up? Anything is fine as long as you're willing to help me. Yang Ming only confirmed Lu Huamei's identity when he heard Lu Huamei's words at this moment. The beauty in front of him was indeed Lu Huamei herself. It was just that the change in her personality was so great that Yang Ming found it difficult to adapt. Lu Huamei's entire body hung on Yang Ming's body, which made Yang Ming feel a little uncomfortable. After all, Yang Ming was a normal man. This kind of sensory stimulation made him have the impulse to make a mistake. However, Yang Ming wouldn't act rashly before he figured out the situation. Although he was drunk and his mind was a little irrational, Yang Ming wasn't the young boy from before. He still had self-control. Let go of my hand first, put on your clothes, and tell me what happened. Yang Ming frowned and said to Lu Huamei, You're willing to help me? Lu Huamei was delighted. She didn't have full confidence in making Yang Ming change his attitude. She had already planned for the worst. Yang Ming would go back on his word after he finished eating. Lu Huamei wouldn't be able to do anything if that happened. However, Yang Ming didn't rush to take her, but asked her what happened instead. This meant that Yang Ming really wanted to help her, but he wanted to confirm the complexity of the situation, whether he could help, and whether this deal was worth it. Of course, Lu Huamei's thoughts were crooked. Her business-like mind couldn't change in such a short time. She always considered problems from a business perspective. What Yang Ming was thinking was, why is Lu Huamei hugging me like this? How am I going to explain it clearly when Jing Xiaolu comes in later? I'm going to leave soon, and I don't have many chances to interact with Jing Xiaolu. Won't I make Jing Xiaolu sad if I hug Lu Huamei now? If it was a normal day, Yang Ming might have calmly considered the abnormality of today's matter. However, Yang Ming drank a lot of wine today, and he had a preconceived notion that he had entered the wrong room, so he didn't think too much about it. He thought that Lu Huamei suddenly felt emotional when she saw him. Yang Ming could understand this. If Lu Huamei's negotiation with the Mingyang company failed, she would probably look for other partners and friends to negotiate. Obviously, with her negotiation attitude and the current complexity of the Lu family, no one should be able to help her. Just when she was at a loss for words, Yang Ming came into her room. Lu Huamei would naturally change her attitude in times of great joy and sorrow. I can help you, but you have to let me know what's going on, right? Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't want to care about Lu Huamei's matter at first, but such a situation happened. Yang Ming might have no choice but to help. As an elite in the business world, Lu Huamei could clearly distinguish whether Yang Ming was being perfunctory or sincere. When Yang Ming said this, Lu Huamei was completely sure that as long as Yang Ming could help, he would help. However, Lu Huamei knew how complicated things were. Sometimes helping or not was just a matter of thought. It was harder to find when one could help or not help. Therefore, Lu Huamei was also afraid of such a situation. In order to make Yang Ming work harder, Lu Huamei was anxious and couldn't care less. She kissed Yang Ming directly. Ugh, what are you doing? Yang Ming looked at Lu Huamei in horror. He was kissed firmly because he wasn't on guard. He didn't know what happened to Lu Huamei. Chapter 1887. After Lu Huamei kissed Yang Ming, she didn't know what to do next. She was just feeling it. She didn't have this kind of experience at all. Since Yang Ming didn't take the initiative, she could only fumble around blindly. Thinking of the scenes in the TV series, Lu Huamei imitated the male and female protagonists in the TV series and gnawed on Yang Ming's face. However, it was completely different in terms of form and spirit. The TV series also had some artificial acting. Therefore, Lu Huamei's imitation was even more out of tune. Yang Ming was amused by Lu Huamei's jerky and ignorant actions. "Are you going to eat me?" I'm going to eat you." Lu Huamei misunderstood Yang Ming's words. Yang Ming was talking about eating. Lu Huamei's current actions were basically treating Yang Ming as food and gnawing on him. Lu Huamei understood the other meaning of the word eat. She thought that Yang Ming was talking about eating. In addition, she was nervous and didn't distinguish the meaning in detail. She thought that Yang Ming liked to push her down, so she nodded and admitted it. Seeing Yang Ming smile, Lu Huamei thought that Yang Ming liked her taking the initiative. She was happy and worked harder. Yang Ming was unlucky. He couldn't breathe because of Lu Huamei. He didn't know what this chick wanted to do. Yang Ming was out of breath and finally couldn't help but push Lu Huamei onto the bed. Only then did Yang Ming let out a sigh of relief. Lu Huamei saw Yang Ming push her onto the bed and thought that her efforts had aroused Yang Ming's interest. She let out a sigh of relief and was secretly happy at the same time. She was really self-taught. She could make Yang Ming fall in love with just a random kiss. However, she was more nervous. After all, it was Lu Huamei's first time facing something like this. Although she was prepared, her nervousness was instinctive. She closed her eyes and waited for something that every woman would experience in her life. However, after waiting for a long time, she still didn't see Yang Ming pounce on her. Lu Huamei was a little puzzled. What's going on? Why didn't Yang Ming come? However, she didn't have the courage to open her eyes. She had already used up all the courage in her body just now. At this moment, she was like an ordinary little girl, embarrassed and embarrassed. Yang Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although this chick was beautiful, she shouldn't be so oppressive, right? Yang Ming almost suffocated to death because of his breathing. When Yang Ming looked up at the bed, he realized that Lu Huamei was lying motionlessly on the bed with her eyes closed. Yang Ming was a little confused. What is Lu Huamei doing? Could it be that he had pushed her too hard and caused her to faint? Lu Huamei? Yang Ming called out tentatively. However, his eyes couldn't help but look at Lu Huamei's perfect body. Especially those proud peaks, which made Yang Ming's eyes linger. Lu Huamei waited for a long time, but Yang Ming didn't pounce on her. Just as she was a little puzzled, she heard Yang Ming call her name. She opened her eyes and saw Yang Ming looking at her lecherously. She immediately felt embarrassed and rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. "Why are you looking at me? Why aren't you coming up?" Lu Huamei's words were a little contradictory. The first half of the sentence was to question why Yang Ming was looking at her. The second half was to ask why Yang Ming didn't get on the bed. Was Lu Huamei seducing him or questioning him? Yang Ming could only smile bitterly. Even if my willpower is better, I don't need to be seductive like this, right? Lu Huamei, put on your clothes first. Let's talk about your matter first. Yang Ming shook his head and turned his gaze elsewhere. He wouldn't be able to hold himself back if he continued to look at her like this. You don't want to help me? Lu Huamei was a little disappointed when she saw Yang Ming's attitude. In her opinion, Yang Ming rejected her out of caution. Otherwise, wouldn't he be a fool if he didn't take advantage of her? Only Yang Ming would hesitate because he felt that his family's matters were more complicated. However, this also showed that Yang Ming was an upright person and not the kind of person who only knew how to take advantage of others. It's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that you look like this. How can I help you? Do you think that you can exchange my help by giving up your body? Yang Ming frowned. He didn't know why Lu Huamei suddenly had such a thought. However, when a person was driven into a corner, it was inevitable that they would do some bold actions that were beyond common sense. Although Yang Ming was confused, it wasn't that he couldn't understand. Isn't that so? Lu Huamei threw caution to the wind and didn't hide in front of Yang Ming. Since she had already decided to become Yang Ming's woman, Lu Huamei didn't plan to marry again. She also gave up the shyness in her heart and sat on the bed, exposing her body to Yang Ming's eyes. The only thing I can give up is my body. You were right in the afternoon. The cooperation benefits I promised are all illusory. Before success, there is nothing. But why don't you think about whether you are worthy of Jing Xiaolu when you do this? She has always wanted to help you and even said good things about you in front of me. Yang Ming said, "You better put on your clothes now. Otherwise, when Xiaolu comes in later, I'm afraid she won't let me help you." So you are worried about Xiaolu. You have more conscience than other men. Lu Huamei listened to Yang Ming's words and couldn't help but laugh. But don't worry. Xiaolu taught me to do this. What? Xiaolu taught you? Yang Ming suddenly widened his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that he did seem to be in Jing Xiaolu's room just now. He originally thought that he came to the wrong room, but now that he thought about it carefully, he was using Jing Xiaolu's room card. How could he open someone else's room? So, all of this was arranged by Jing Xiaolu. No wonder she specially arranged for Secretary Li to wait downstairs and gave him a room card to let him in. It turned out that the person in the room was Lu Huamei and not Jing Xiaolu. However, after Yang Ming knew the truth, he didn't blame Jing Xiaolu. He only felt that she was a little ridiculous. However, he could only admire her actions. She must have paid a huge psychological price to make such a sacrifice for her friend. Lu Huamei nodded. Are you relieved now? Otherwise, how could I be in Xiaolu's room? Come on. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing Lu Huamei's words. Come on. Lu Huamei asked me to do it, right? If it were someone with a weaker psychological quality, they might have really pounced on her. However, Yang Ming also had a strong psychological quality. Naturally, he wouldn't be so impulsive so easily. He wasn't the hot-blooded young man back then. He had matured a lot in this year. Chapter 1888. However, Lu Huamei's stubborn behavior gave Yang Ming a headache. It was as if he wouldn't help her if he didn't want her anymore. Okay, write it down first. We'll talk about it again when the matter is settled. Yang Ming could only say, then, are you willing to help me with all your strength? Lu Huamei hesitated after hearing Yang Ming's words. She wasn't sure if Yang Ming was being sincere or just being perfunctory. Why don't you take me first? You won't leave me alone if I'm your woman. Yang Ming seemed to be sincere when he said that the matter was settled. However, he seemed to be perfunctory when he said, we'll talk about it again. Okay, I'll help you with all my strength. Yang Ming was helpless because of Lu Huamei. He could only explain, I don't really want to do that today. You understand the reason, right? You don't want to? Lu Huamei was stunned. She really didn't think that this would happen. She didn't have much knowledge in this area. She only learned a little from TV series. However, she still didn't give up and asked, why don't you want to do it? Because I just with Xiaolu this afternoon. You understand, right? So I don't want to do it now. Yang Ming lied to her. Oh, I see. Next time then. Lu Huamei was easy to fool. She was an idiot in this area. Therefore, she believed Yang Ming's words. In fact, Yang Ming already had a physiological reaction. Lu Huamei just didn't understand the knowledge. Okay, next time. Yang Ming nodded. Put on your clothes now. Although Yang Ming was a little reluctant, he still knew that it wasn't good to look at Lu Huamei like this. Since I'm definitely your woman, then I don't need to put on my clothes. Lu Huamei always wanted to establish a relationship with Yang Ming so that Yang Ming could help her with all his strength. Yang Ming sighed. Okay then, go to bed first and cover yourself with a blanket. It's quite cold at night. Oh, Lu Huamei suddenly stood up, picked up Yang Ming's right hand, and put it on her chest. Ga. Yang Ming was shocked. The softness on his hand made him want to move away as if he had been electrocuted. He looked at Lu Huamei in disbelief. What are you doing? Didn't I say I don't want to do it next time? All right, now that you've touched me, I'm considered your woman. I can't marry anyone else. I'm no longer pure. You can't abandon me. Lu Huamei immediately beamed with joy after she was done with this. Yang Ming was speechless. This Lu Huamei's thoughts are really shocking. Previously, when he saw her methods in the business world, he felt that she was a strong girl. He didn't expect that her IQ was completely zero when it came to relationships. She had no experience at all. Instead, she was a little silly. Yang Ming thought to himself, sure enough, everyone has a weakness. Not everyone is good at everything. After doing all this, Lu Huamei went to bed happily and covered herself with a blanket. Hubby, you come too. Can I call you hubby? Lu Huamei originally wanted to get closer to Yang Ming, so she confirmed their relationship through the way she addressed him. However, she was afraid that Yang Ming would be unhappy after saying that. She didn't know what position Yang Ming placed her in. Was she a lover, a girlfriend, or a plaything? Up to you. Yang Ming was a little lazy to argue with her about these harmless questions. She could call him whatever she wanted. To be honest, Yang Ming was a soft-hearted person, but he wouldn't help just anyone who begged him. Wouldn't he be a living Buddha then? He wouldn't have to do anything else all day. The reason why he agreed to help Lu Huamei was because of Jing Xiaolu's plea and Lu Huamei's own attitude. Of course, the most important thing was that Yang Ming helped Lu Huamei. Jing Xiaolu now had a good friend who was also a strong helper by her side. Yang Ming couldn't guarantee that the company wouldn't encounter unsolvable problems after he left. He couldn't guarantee that Jing Xiaolu would be able to deal with them. However, with Lu Huamei's help and support, she would probably be able to get through the difficulties. However, the development of the situation was a little unexpected. Lu Huamei treated him as her man. This put Yang Ming in a difficult position. If Yang Ming wasn't going to Yunnan to carry out a mission, he wouldn't mind having an ambiguous relationship with a beauty like Lu Huamei. However, he wasn't even sure if he could come back after he left. What emotional debt would he owe her? Wouldn't he be harming her? However, Yang Ming was a little speechless when he saw a woman like Lu Huamei who had zero love IQ. Who knew if this chick would change her mind when the time came? Looking at her, it seemed like she was ready to sell herself. Oh, hubby, you will definitely help me, right? I'm yours from now on. You won't watch me get bullied, right? Lu Huamei had already thrown caution to the wind. Although she was a business operator, she didn't know how to please a man. Therefore, she was like a punching bag concubine at this moment, afraid that Yang Ming wouldn't care about her. Yang Ming sighed. Lu Huamei, who had removed her disguise, was really just an ordinary woman. Jing Xiaolu was right about this. He couldn't help but nod when he saw how pitiful she was. Tell me about your problem. I'll help if I can. What about the things that you can't help? Lu Huamei was about to cry when she heard Yang Ming's words. Sure enough, there was still a difference in treatment. If something happened to Jing Xiaolu, Yang Ming would definitely do everything to help her solve it, just like last time. However, when it came to himself, he would help if he could. If I can't help, I'll also find a way to help. Yang Ming had no choice but to say. I knew you wouldn't treat me differently. Lu Huamei breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'll say it. Therefore, Lu Huamei repeated what she said to Jing Xiaolu before until she said that she wanted Lu Hua's family to pay with their lives. Lu Huamei's request made Yang Ming frown. The things that Lu Huamei said before were not difficult in Yang Ming's opinion. It wasn't difficult to obtain control of the Jiangyan group. As long as Bao Sanli brought people over, he would use both the carrot and the stick and offer a sufficient price. Those shareholders would either give up their shares or support Lu Huamei to become the chairman. However, killing Lu Hua's family put Yang Ming in a difficult position. It wasn't that he couldn't do it, but it was not worth it. If Lu Huamei was his wife, then it would be fine. She wouldn't talk nonsense. However, the problem was that she wasn't. Although he had a special identity, he couldn't just kill a few people for no reason, right? Wouldn't that be causing trouble for Xia Bingbao? It was also possible to kill Lu Hua's family secretly. The problem was, would Lu Huamei leak the news? Looking at Yang Ming's frown, Lu Huamei was anxious. She also knew that her request was too difficult to fulfill. Was it that easy to kill Lu Hua? Lu Huamei also thought about hiring a professional killer, but she had never come into contact with this industry. Where could she find a professional killer? It was a complete dark industry. She didn't know anyone. Chapter 1889. I can't trust you enough to kill Lu Hua, Yang Ming said faintly. The other things are small matters. Lu Huamei was stunned. She didn't expect Yang Ming to frown because he couldn't trust her enough, not because the matter was difficult. From what he said, it was okay to kill Lu Hua, but he couldn't trust her. Lu Huamei was a little anxious. Then how can you trust me? Your identity is different from Xiaolu's. She won't betray me, but I can't guarantee that you won't leak the news, Yang Ming said realistically. How am I different? I'm also your woman. I've already signed and stamped my name. You also touch my breasts. It can't be changed. Lu Huamei hurriedly explained. Yang Ming was stunned. He then remembered that Lu Huamei had indeed said that she was his woman. He couldn't help but shake his head. Are you sure that what you said is true? Yang Ming hesitated and asked. Of course. I'm not pure anymore. I can't marry anyone else since I'm lying on the same bed as you. I can only follow you. Lu Huamei said matter-of-factly, I'm your woman in the future. My things are all yours. You can even write the Jiangyan Group's shares in your name. That's not necessary. Since you said so, then there's no problem. Yang Ming nodded and finally agreed. Yang Ming thought about it again and again and agreed. It was also because Yang Ming didn't actually say anything substantial to Lu Huamei. Lu Hua's death could be considered an accident. Not to mention Yang Ming doing it himself. Even if Wang Xiaoyan's subordinates did it, there wouldn't be any evidence to investigate. Moreover, a one-track-minded person like Lu Huamei probably really believed that she was Yang Ming's woman and wouldn't change it in the future. Therefore, the possibility of her leaking the news was very small. The most important point was Yang Ming's identity. Lu Huamei was Yang Ming's woman. Although it was only a name, it was enough. Yang Ming had to deal with his family matters before carrying out the mission, right? Yang Ming could only go to Yunnan with peace of mind after the enemies at home were dealt with. Therefore, as long as Yang Ming grasped this reason, Xia Bingbao could only help him deal with these problems. Not to mention that Lu Hua harmed Lu Huamei's father and wanted to scheme against Lu Huamei. That was even more heinous. Yang Ming had a reason to do it, and Xia Bingbao had a right to handle it. You've agreed to it? Although Lu Huamei was a bit of an idiot when it came to relationships, she was not an idiot in other aspects. Her previous idiotic words and idiotic behavior were just nonsense that she did not know how to please Yang Ming. Now that she heard Yang Ming agree to everything, she suddenly felt a little incredulous. In her opinion, it was such a complicated matter. How could Yang Ming help her solve it so easily? Are these troubles not troublesome in his eyes? In Yang Ming's opinion, although he was an assassin, killing was a small matter after all. It was not a way to solve all problems. He couldn't just kill every enemy he encountered. Therefore, Yang Ming rarely used this method to solve problems if he didn't have a deep hatred. However, the conflict between Lu Hua and Lu Huamei could not be solved in an ordinary way. Lu Hua made Lu Huamei's father a vegetable. This conflict was irreconcilable. Therefore, in Yang Ming's opinion, he could only kill Lu Hua. But this was the simplest problem. If Lu Hua's family died, the other problems in the company would be small problems. Lu Huamei didn't have to worry about Lu Hua and Lu Jinan fighting for power with her. It's a very simple matter. Don't go back these 2 days. Wait for news in the hotel. Yang Ming stood up from the bed and said, I'll leave first. You're leaving just like that? Aren't you going to stay with me for a while? Lu Huamei didn't know what they could do together, but she wanted Yang Ming to stay. She didn't have any feelings for Yang Ming. She had no feelings for him at first, but now she worshipped him. It could only be said that she had a good impression of him. She hadn't fallen in love with Yang Ming yet. However, since she had already decided that she was Yang Ming's woman, it didn't matter if she loved him or not. In Lu Huamei's opinion, she would definitely fall in love with Yang Ming after they were together for a long time. It didn't matter. Therefore, she was a little reluctant when Yang Ming wanted to leave. Although she didn't know what they could do together, she had seen on TV that women would try their best to make men stay. If they couldn't, it meant that they weren't charming enough. Lu Huamei had no lack of suitors, but she didn't have the heart to think about these things back then. Now that she wanted to think about these things, She had no experience at all. She didn't use any of the tricks that Jing Xiaolu taught her. Yang Ming said that he didn't want to, so she didn't know what to do. Therefore, she only hoped that Yang Ming could stay and spend more time with her. Okay, I'll leave first. Yang Ming glanced at Lu Huamei. Hang out with Shalimore in the future. You two should support each other. Ah, oh okay. Lu Huamei nodded and agreed. She had misunderstood Yang Ming's meaning. Lu Huamei thought that Yang Ming was educating her. As Yang Ming's woman, she shouldn't fight for him and should get along well with him. This wasn't a problem for Lu Huamei. She was already grateful to Jing Xiaolu, so how could she fight for favor with her? Yang Ming meant that she should help Jing Xiaolu when she was in trouble. However, looking at Lu Huamei's expression, Yang Ming knew that she had misunderstood. He didn't explain further. He shook his head, turned around, and left the room. Yang Ming called Jing Xiaolu in the hotel's corridor. Yang Ming knew that Jing Xiaolu was definitely still in this hotel, because Yang Ming saw Jing Xiaolu's BMW parked in the hotel's parking lot when he came just now. The phone rang a few times before it was connected. Jing Xiaolu's surprised voice came from the other side. It's over so soon? Don't tell me I drained you dry in the afternoon? Jing Xiaolu thought that Yang Ming couldn't hear it, because she was whispering when she picked up the phone. However, the room was very quiet. Yang Ming's corridor was also very quiet. So Yang Ming heard Jing Xiaolu's words clearly. Yang Ming couldn't help but find it funny. What is Jing Xiaolu thinking? Ahem. Yang Ming coughed twice. Xiaolu, what did you do? Husband, don't be angry. I just wanted to help Sister Huamei. How is it? She's still a virgin, right? Jing Xiaolu asked with a smile. Among Yang Ming's women, Jing Xiaolu understood Yang Ming very well. She knew that Yang Ming wasn't really angry at this time, so she asked half-jokingly. Chapter 1890. What nonsense are you thinking in that little head of yours? I don't know if she is. Yang Ming snorted and said, you guys didn't? Jing Xiaolu was stunned. She immediately thought of the reason why Yang Ming called her so quickly. It turns out that Lu Huamei didn't succeed. Of course not. Yang Ming said, am I such a casual person? AI. Yeah. Jing Xiaolu sighed. Yeah? Yang Ming was stunned and asked in astonishment. No. I mean, yeah. You're not such a casual person. Jing Xiaolu explained with a dry smile. Damn, you scare me to death. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. It seems that I thought too simply. If you were such a casual person, I would have succeeded long ago. Why would I go through so much trouble to be with you? Jing Xiaolu sighed. It seems that Sister Huamei's life is like this. It's just that she is so pitiful. Jing Xiaolu wanted to describe Lu Huamei as pitiful so that Yang Ming would be soft-hearted and help her. However, she was interrupted by Yang Ming before she could finish. Okay, you don't have to say anymore. I know what you mean. Yang Ming said, I already promised to help her. Where are you? Let's talk when we meet. Oh yeah, hubby, you promised? You were so nice. Jing Xiaolu immediately danced excitedly when she heard that Yang Ming promised. I am in room 305 opposite. Come and find me. Yang Ming looked up and saw that room 305 was right beside him. He hung up the phone helplessly. Just as he was about to knock on the door opened. Jing Xiaolu jumped out and clung onto Yang Ming. Hubby, you are so nice. You are finally willing to help Sister Huamei. Okay, let's talk inside. Yang Ming didn't want to be intimate with Jing Xiaolu at the door. Who knew if someone would pass by and see it? After hearing this, Jing Xiaolu quickly moved aside and entered the room with Yang Ming. Then, she closed the door of the room and said, Hubby, you can really hold back. Sister Huamei is such a delicate beauty. Don't you have any thoughts about her? Of course, I have thoughts, but I'm not an animal that thinks with the lower half of my body. Naturally, I won't be so impulsive. Yang Ming shook his head. I haven't calmed down yet. Let me calm down first. As he spoke, Yang Ming picked up Jing Xiaolu and threw her on the bed in the room. Jing Xiaolu immediately shouted for help. Okay, hubby, Can you tell me what happened between you and Sister Huame first? I want to hear it. You can't listen even if you want to. Yang Ming glared at Jing Xiaolu. I'm like this now. Isn't it because of you? Ugh. Okay then. It seems that I have to work harder. If I perform well, can you forgive me? Jing Xiaolu begged. Yang Ming also couldn't do anything to Jing Xiaolu. He wasn't really angry with her. However, he really had to punish her now. He had to spank Jing Xiaolu's, but after Jing Xiaolu surrendered, she glared at Yang Ming while panting. Why aren't you so powerful normally? Do you think it's because you saw Sister Huame before? Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. Jing Xiaolu was right. Just now, he did fantasize about Lu Huame. It was just that this matter was too embarrassing. It wasn't easy to talk about it. I knew it wasn't that you weren't interested. Jing Xiaolu said proudly. Now tell me, what did you and Sister Huame talk about? Yang Ming was caught by Jing Xiaolu. He could only tell Jing Xiaolu the truth about what happened between him and Lu Huame. Otherwise, it really wouldn't be possible to explain it. Huh? You actually said that you didn't want to? You used this reason to brush off Sister Huame? Jing Xiaolu looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. She felt that this reason was too weird. The most unbelievable thing was that Lu Huame actually believed it. Yang Ming nodded. She doesn't seem to know anything. Ha 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 ha. Jing Xiaolu laughed out loud. I'm dying of laughter. Only Sister Huame would fall for it. How could she believe it? Ha ha ha. Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu shaking with laughter. He was a little helpless. He coughed twice and said, Okay, since she stubbornly believes that she's my woman, that's also a good thing. At least she can accompany you more in the future and help you. Okay. Jing Xiaolu didn't think that Lu Huame would fight with her for anything. Instead, she felt that it was good to have such a best friend. But what do you plan to do about Sister Huame? I almost forgot when you mentioned it. Yang Ming nodded. I'll arrange it now. You forgot about it just like that. Sister Huame is really unlucky. She's already your woman, and you still treat her like this. Jing Xiaolu felt that it was unfair for Lu Huame. I'm the unlucky one. There are so many things to do with a woman in name. Yang Ming shook his head. If I didn't want to find you a helper and was afraid that you wouldn't be able to handle things by yourself after I left, do you think I would care so much about her? Then you're really not tempted? Jing Xiaolu's heart moved. She was very touched. It turns out that Yang Ming did all this for her. Jing Xiaolu felt that she was so happy. Tempted? It would be a lie to say that I'm not tempted. However, that's also a normal desire for beauty. There's no love between us, Yang Ming said. If I didn't go on the mission, I wouldn't mind having something with her. However, there's no time now. I don't want to hurt her. And then hurry up and arrange it. Don't forget it later. Jing Xiaolu was very happy with Yang Ming's honesty. At least Yang Ming wouldn't lie to her. You care so much about Lu Huame's matter. She just came to snatch your man, Yang Ming said with a wry smile. That's not snatching. I gave it to her voluntarily, okay? Otherwise, how could she have a chance? Jing Xiaolu naturally wouldn't admit it. Well, it doesn't matter. Yang Ming took out his phone and dialed Golden Bull's number directly. Golden Bull answered the phone quickly. Leader. Golden Bull saw Yang Ming's phone number and picked it up respectfully. Butler Jean, send someone over to help me create a traffic accident. Yang Ming decided to hand this matter over to the Charles family. There would be even less evidence to investigate if such a foreign assassin did it. Yang Ming also wanted to save Xia Bingbao some trouble. Okay, leader. Golden Bull didn't ask anything and agreed without hesitation. I will send the information to you later. Arrange for a reliable person to come over, Yang Ming instructed. Leader, should I do it myself? Golden Bull asked respectfully. That's not necessary. Yang Ming said, right, the butterfly family has a Wang Kajin. That young man is good. You can let him do it. Should I contact him or you? Chapter 1891. Yang Ming suddenly thought of Wang Kajin, so he suggested. Then I'll bring him along. Golden Bull agreed directly. At present, the Charles family had a comprehensive cooperation with the Butterfly family. Their assassin resources were also shared. After arranging this matter, Yang Ming was relieved. If a professional assassin like Golden Bull couldn't handle an ordinary person like Lu Hua's family, then he shouldn't be on the international assassin list. He should just go home and be a farmer. When Yang Ming made these arrangements, he didn't hide it from Jing Xiaolu. It should be because of his trust in Jing Xiaolu. Before Yang Ming left, he would definitely introduce Golden Bull to Jing Xiaolu and other women in case of emergency. After all, Golden Bull's power was not small. Husband, who were you calling just now? Are you looking for someone to kill Lu Hua? Jing Xiaolu asked excitedly. The foreign assassin organization is also my subordinate. Yang Ming felt that there was no need to hide it from Jing Xiaolu at this time. So he took this opportunity to tell her he is currently the person in charge of the second largest assassin organization in the world. His name is Golden Bull, and he is my subordinate. He is absolutely loyal. After I leave, you can find him if you need anything. Originally, Jing Xiaolu was already happy that Yang Ming didn't hide it from her when he made the call. At this time, when she heard Yang Ming tell her such a secret, she was even more surprised. She stared at Yang Ming blankly and couldn't speak. After a while, Jing Xiaolu recovered from the shock and said, "No way. Husband, you are so awesome." Yang Ming nodded. "I will tell you all my resources after I leave. This Golden Bull is one of them." "This is one of them." Jing Xiaolu is shocked. "Husband, how are you so powerful? I can't accept it." "Hee, but don't tell Lu Huamei about these things for the time being. I can't trust her yet," Yang Ming instructed. "I know. I'm not stupid. Even if we're sisters, we can't talk about this. Let's talk about it after you've really won her over." Jing Xiaolu nodded, but her expression was still very excited. "Yang Ming, you said that the world's second largest assassin organization is yours. Why do you still need to carry out a mission? Why don't you bring a group of assassins over? What can't you settle?" "Damn, the mission this time is a little special. It's not something that can be done with more people." Yang Ming immediately broke out in a sweat. "If there are more people, wouldn't it be better if I brought a team of special forces over? It's more complicated this time." "Oh, AI. I'm actually the woman of the assassin group's boss now. I'm so happy. Jing Xiaolu also have such a badass day." Jing Xiaolu giggled. She felt happy just thinking about it. "Okay, don't laugh. Go to sleep. What time is it?" Yang Ming pointed to the wall clock at the head of the bed. "It's only 1 o'clock? It's not too late. Hubby, can you tell me more about you?" Jing Xiaolu was so excited that she couldn't sleep. "Okay, then what else do you want to know?" Yang Ming couldn't help it. Since Jing Xiaolu wanted to talk, then he would talk. He didn't know if there would be another opportunity to talk like this in the future. If the world's second largest assassin organization is yours, then who is the world's largest assassin organization? Who is the most powerful assassin? Jing Xiaolu asked in one breath. It seemed that she was quite interested in the assassin industry. The world's largest assassin organization is the Butterfly family. They're also my subordinates because the only daughter of the Butterfly family is also my woman. Yang Ming felt that Jing Xiaolu should be able to get along well with Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Xiaoyan shouldn't be hostile to Jing Xiaolu, a girl who didn't fight for anything and was just a little vain. Really? It can't be, right? So powerful? Then who is your woman? Jing Xiaolu asked in surprise. She didn't expect that the world's largest assassin organization was also Yang Ming's. Wang Xiaoyan. You may have heard of her. She is Zhao Ying's friend. I will introduce her to you in the next few days, said Yang Ming. Okay. Jing Xiaolu nodded happily. That's great, right? You haven't said who is the most powerful assassin? This. Yang Ming hesitated. This was his secret. Only Wang Xiaoyan knew about it. Should I tell Jing Xiaolu at this time? Undoubtedly, although the days with Jing Xiaolu weren't long, she had become one of his most trusted people. He was about to leave soon, so Yang Ming just hesitated a little and said his own matters. He is my master, the king of assassins. Don't tell this secret. Jing Xiaolu screamed excitedly and jumped high. She exclaimed, Isn't my husband the most powerful assassin? Ah, I'm so lucky. If anyone bullies me in the future, I will kill him directly. After Yang Ming listened to Jing Xiaolu's words, he suddenly had black lines on his head. Isn't this Jing Xiaolu too vicious? Kill someone who bullies me directly? Xiaolu, don't mess around. Yang Ming glared at her and lectured her. Hee, am I not just boasting? I just said it casually. Jing Xiaolu said with some embarrassment. Husband, I won't. You can rest assured. That's more like it. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. If Jing Xiaolu were to mess around, it would be worrying enough. Fortunately, she just said it casually. Husband, then tell me, how did you become an assassin? I want to hear it. I want to know everything about you. Jing Xiaolu pestered Yang Ming again. Yang Ming simply didn't want to sleep. Since Jing Xiaolu wanted to hear it, then he would tell her. Thus, Yang Ming started talking about how he met Fang Tian when he first entered the detention center and how he became his disciple. Jing Xiaolu listened until dawn. It was already noon when the two of them woke up. Jing Xiaolu didn't even attend the morning meeting. She died tragically. She quickly dressed up, said goodbye to Yang Ming, and rushed to the company. Yang Ming didn't expect Jing Xiaolu to be so serious about her career. While he was gratified, he shook his head. Actually, she didn't have to work so hard. Yang Ming didn't have anything to do at the moment. Instead, he went out of the room and went to room 302 opposite him. He opened the door with a room card. Lu Huamei had already woken up and was sitting on the bed in a daze. The laptop in front of her was open, but it had entered automatic standby mode. He didn't know what she was thinking about. Lu Huamei only recovered from her daze when she heard the door open. She looked up and saw that it was Yang Ming. She smiled shyly. Did you miss me? Uff. Yang Ming almost laughed out loud. Isn't this Lu Huamei too funny? She asked me this as soon as I entered the room. Chapter 1892. What's wrong? Were you laughing at? Lu Huamei was stunned and asked. Nothing. I don't want it for the time being. Yang Ming couldn't help but shake his head. Give me the information on Lu Hua, Lu Jinan, and Lu Zhiqiao. Oh, okay. Lu Huamei put away her listless expression and returned to her usual capable self when she heard Yang Ming talking about business. Are you going to do it? As my woman, you just need to stay here and don't ask so many questions. Yang Ming had to put on airs. Otherwise, Lu Huamei might turn the tables once she returned to her strong woman appearance. Sure enough, Lu Huamei frowned, but soon relaxed. She knew her current identity, so she whispered, I'm sorry, husband. I won't ask in the future. Hurry up and give me the information. Yang Ming didn't continue. And it's all here. Husband, take a look. This is the information I collected. Lu Huamei put away her strong woman appearance and became like a little wife. Yang Ming looked at it. The information collected by Lu Huamei was really complete. From Lu Hua's living habits to work hours, the entertainment venues he usually went to, the residence of his lover, and so on, everything was detailed. Lu Jinan's information was the same. This saved Yang Ming a lot of time for investigation. It seemed that Lu Huamei was already planning to kill Lu Hua's family, but she didn't know where to start. You wanted to kill them long ago? Asked Yang Ming. But I didn't have the chance or the channel. I'm just a weak woman. I really don't know what to do. Lu Huamei didn't deny it. I asked the private investigator to investigate this. But it's useless after the investigation because it's impossible for the private investigator to help me kill people. Not bad. The information is very useful. Yang Ming packed the information and sent it to a mailbox. This was Golden Bull's private mailbox. After less than half a minute, Yang Ming's phone rang. Golden Bull's voice came from the other side. Leader, the information has been received. It's very detailed. It saves time for investigation. And when will it be done? Asked Yang Ming. Today or tomorrow? Golden Bull said. At the latest, no later than the day after tomorrow. We're only staying here for 3 days, and we've already booked our itinerary. Okay, contact me when you're done. Yang Ming nodded and hung up the phone. Lu Huamei looked at Yang Ming in surprise. She originally thought that even if Yang Ming helped, it would take a long planning cycle. However, looking at Yang Ming's appearance, it seemed that he had arranged everything immediately. That tone of voice was also that of subordinate. It didn't seem like he was asking for help at all. Most importantly, the room was very quiet. Lu Huamei heard the Golden Bull address Yang Ming as leader. This was a term that subordinates would use to address their superiors. What was Yang Ming's status? How capable was he? These were all Lu Huamei's questions. However, Lu Huamei knew that she wasn't qualified to ask now. She was smart enough not to ask. However, she was even more curious and worshipped Yang Ming. Lu Huamei had been forcing herself to fall in love with Yang Ming in her heart. Therefore, the more Yang Ming performed, the easier it was for her to accept Yang Ming. Okay, wait for the news. Yang Ming casually put away the phone. Lu Hua's family is dead, so no one will fight with you. The Jianyin group is yours. This problem wasn't a problem in Yang Ming's eyes at all. It was easy to solve. And thank you. Lu Huamei didn't know why, but she suddenly trusted Yang Ming inexplicably. It could also be that she forced herself to like Yang Ming. In short, Lu Huamei felt that this matter was very reliable. Yang Ming didn't say anything else. He turned around and left. He was going to meet Wang Xiaoyan and introduce Jing Xiaolu to her. Then, he would visit Zhao Ying on the way. After all, he had confirmed his relationship with her. He had to visit her. Yang Ming wanted to call Wang Xiaoyan after leaving Lu Huamei's room, but his phone rang first. Yang Ming took it out and saw that it was Xiao Qing's number. He quickly picked it up. Sister Xiao Qing, do you miss me? Yang Ming, where are you? Xiao Qing didn't joke with Yang Ming. Instead, she asked anxiously, I'm at the hotel. What's wrong, Sister Xiao Qing? Did something happen? Yang Ming was shocked and asked quickly, if you don't have anything to do, come to the school quickly. The school wants to expel you, said Xiao Qing. Expel me? What's going on? You're the dean, and isn't Godfather the vice principal? Who has the guts to expel me? Yang Ming felt that it was a little inconceivable. Besides, didn't I ask for leave? It's the school's other vice principal. Xiao Qing sighed and explained, the school's principal is about to retire, and Godfather and the other vice principal are popular candidates to take over. That vice principal with the surname Su somehow found out about your matter and suddenly proposed to expel you in the principal's office. Although Godfather protects you, Vice Principal Su wants to use this matter to make an issue out of it. If Godfather protects you, then he will be abusing his power for personal gain. He won't be able to compete for the principal's position. It can be said that he has sinister intentions. Yang Ming frowned. He wasn't a person who liked to cause trouble, but he didn't like others to find trouble with him behind his back. He didn't like others making an issue out of him even more. I'm going now. Yang Ming sneered. If you want to make an issue out of me, you have to have that ability first. Although she had applied for leave, there was a reasonable reason for it. She had also written a leave request and obtained the approval of the tutor. Wasn't it too arbitrary to expel her just like that? Although the university was nothing to Yang Ming, it didn't matter whether he went or not. Yang Ming went to Yunnan to perform a mission, and he didn't know if he could come back. Even if he could come back, he would have to live in seclusion in Island X. However, Yang Ming was unhappy that the vice principal made an example out of him for his own benefit. Yang Ming called Little Wang. Little Wang had already woken up and was waiting for Yang Ming in the room while watching TV. When he received a call from Yang Ming, he went downstairs to prepare to drive. After Yang Ming got in the car, he ordered Little Wang to drive in the direction of the university. In Songjiang Gongqing University, in the vice principal's office, Fan Jinja sat on the sofa proudly and chatted with a bald middle-aged man. Fourth uncle, do you think we can expel Yang Ming this time? There should be no problem. This fourth uncle was Vice Principal Su. He sneered and said, it's best not to expel him. Then, Lu Weishan can't compete with me. The position of the principal is mine. That's a good thing, but that kid Yang Ming is taking advantage of it. Although Fan Jinja felt that it was a good thing that his fourth uncle became the principal, he was unwilling to let Yang Ming take advantage of it. Chapter 1893. How is that possible? When I become the principal, I can do whatever I want to him. By then, Lu Weishan won't be able to protect him. Vice Principal Su snorted and said overbearingly, "That's right. Humph, he actually snatched my woman. Fourth uncle must teach him a lesson." Fan Jinja nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will take care of this. Even if I don't expel him, I will give him a punishment and let him reflect in front of the whole school. I will make him lose face." Vice Principal Su said, Fourth uncle is still the best." Fan Jinja said flatteringly. Fan Jinja was bullied by Yang Ming. He had no other choice, so he set his eyes on his uncle who was the vice principal. Although they were distant relatives, Fan Jinja had always been filial to his fourth uncle, so their relationship was quite close. Fan Jinja thought carefully. Since he was not Yang Ming's opponent, he would suppress Yang Ming in school. This way, Yang Ming could only suffer in silence. So, Fan Jinja found his fourth uncle. When his fourth uncle heard Yang Ming's name, he checked the files and inquired with the tutor. He found out that Yang Ming was actually Lu Weishan's godson. This was great. He was worried about how to attack Lu Weishan. This gave him a good opportunity. Yang Ming's long absence from school was a small matter, but Vice Principal Su wanted to make an issue out of it. He pointed out in the principal's office that this was caused by Lu Weishan's indulgence. Otherwise, how could a normal student take such a long absence? Even if there was something wrong, there was no such way, right? Besides, what could be more important than school? Therefore, Vice Principal Su made things difficult during the office meeting just now. Now, Lu Weishan was also in a dilemma. He was ready to call Yang Ming over for questioning. "Just wait. When Yang Ming comes, I will stand up for you." Vice Principal Su patted his chest and promised, "You go back first. Don't stay here. It won't be good if others see it." It was a sensitive period now. Vice Principal Su was also afraid that Lu Weishan would know about his relationship with Fan Jinja and make an issue out of it. That would not be worth it. In reality, he was gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Lu Weishan disdained to use such methods. Lu Weishan had become the principal by relying on the prestige of the academic community, unlike Vice Principal Su, who had become the principal through the administrative route. "Okay, then I'll take my leave first, fourth uncle." Fan Jinja was overjoyed when he heard this. Yang Ming is going to be fired soon. Let's see if he can still pretend in front of me this time. When you're fired, you won't have a chance to get in touch with Zhaoing. At that time, I'll continue to launch my love attack. I don't believe that I can't win over Zhaoing. Thinking of this, Fan Jinja was extremely happy. He walked out of fourth uncle's office happily. In order to prevent Lu Weishan and Yang Ming from colluding and giving advice to Yang Ming, Vice Principal Su came to Lu Weishan's office after Fan Jinja left. He said to Lu Weishan, "Vice Principal Lu, let's go to the conference room together. We'll wait for Yang Ming to come and see what he has to say. Then let's go." Lu Weishan said faintly. He had always looked down on Vice Principal Su. He was good at flattering people, but he was far behind when it came to knowledge. In the conference room, the school's principal was also there, but he didn't care much about the school's affairs. He was going to retire soon, so there was no need to offend people. At this moment, he was also watching the battle between Vice Principal Su and Lu Weishan. No matter who replaced him, it had little to do with him. Yang Ming soon came to the school and saw Xiao Qing in her office. When Xiao Qing saw Yang Ming, she stood up hurriedly. This incident happened suddenly. Vice Principal Su deliberately went against Godfather. "You go and explain. We have leave slips here." As Xiao Qing spoke, she took out a stack of leave slips and was ready to go to the principal's conference room with Yang Ming. It's okay. Sister Xiao Qing, don't worry. I will definitely not implicate Godfather. I will solve this matter myself." Yang Ming nodded indifferently. You're going to be expelled from the school, and you still don't care? If Godfather protects you this time, he will definitely be attacked by Vice Principal Su. If he doesn't protect you, can you still go to school? Xiao Qing shook her head with some worry. Do you think this is a small matter? He will definitely make a fuss about it if you ask for leave for so long. I'm just asking for leave. I'm not going to do anything bad. I've also asked for leave. What can he do? Yang Ming said faintly. If he really wants to do something, then I don't mind playing with him. Xiao Qing sighed. She didn't know why Yang Ming was so confident. Do you have a countermeasure? Sister Xiao Qing, are you still worried about me? Yang Ming winked at Xiao Qing and smiled. Well, then you have to be careful. Vice Principal Su is not friendly. Xiao Qing reminded him. Yang Ming and Xiao Qing came to the principal's conference room together. Vice Principal Su sat there majestically. When he saw Yang Ming come in, he didn't wait for him to speak and asked directly, Yang Ming, right? You haven't come to school for so long. Where did you go to play? Vice Principal Su's sentence defined Yang Ming as skipping class to play. This was also to weave a charge for Yang Ming so that he could be expelled later. Hee, are you Vice Principal Su? Yang Ming glanced at the person who asked in front of him. Although he didn't know him, he was afraid that this person was definitely Vice Principal Su. You said that I went out to play. I don't understand a bit. Are you a clairvoyant or a clairvoyant? How do you know that I went out to play? Cough, cough. After being rebuked by Yang Ming, Vice Principal Su's face suddenly became ugly. You skipped class for no reason. No matter what you did, it is not allowed. Do you still put the school's discipline in your eyes? You see, which student is like you, skipping class for so long? Vice Principal Su, if I remember correctly, I asked for leave. I wrote a leave request, and the department approved it. How can it be called skipping class for no reason? Asked Yang Ming. Leave request. What leave did you ask for? Let me see the leave request. Vice Principal Su sneered in his heart. I was afraid that you wouldn't talk about the leave request. This time, you brought the leave request and involved Xiao Qing. Lu Weishan's family violated the rules, and Xiao Qing violated the rules. Before Yang Ming spoke, Xiao Qing spoke first. She put the leave request in her hand on Vice Principal Su's table and said, Vice Principal Su, Yang Ming's leave request is here. It was approved by our department. There is no such thing as skipping class for no reason. Chapter 1894. There's a leave request? Then I would like to see what excuse you are using to ask for leave. Vice Principal Su said faintly. He took the leave request that Xiao Qing handed over and looked at it disdainfully. Yang Ming frowned. This Vice Principal Su was obviously looking for trouble. Even if there was no problem with the leave request, he would probably find a problem. However, Yang Ming wasn't afraid because he still had a trump card in his hand. If this Vice Principal Su wanted to make trouble, then Yang Ming didn't mind making a fool of him. Sure enough, when Vice Principal Su looked at the leave request, he read, leave for 1 week because of something, leave for 10 days because of something, leave for 15 days because of something. Io, is this enough? You have a lot of things to do. Everyone has things to do, Yang Ming said faintly. I think Vice Principal Su can't have nothing to do, right? It's okay to have something to do, but what could be more important than going to school? Vice Principal Su didn't expect Yang Ming to dare to ask him. He suddenly became angry. He slammed the table and said, I see that there's a problem with your leave request. What do you mean by something to do? If there is something, why don't you write on the leave request? Xiao Qing, how are you the dean of the department? Are you covering up for him? If he writes that he has something to do, you give him leave. If other students want to skip class and say that they have something to do, will you give them leave too? Don't use this as a pretext to make a fuss. When Yang Ming saw that Vice Principal Su actually wanted to attack Xiao Qing, he was a little unhappy. You're talking about my problem. It is best not to link it to others. Be careful not to become a public enemy. What are you talking about? What do you mean by this student? When Vice Principal Su saw that Yang Ming talked back, he was even angrier. What I said is normal. I'm the one who asked for the leave. If you have something to say, just say it to me. Don't say such useless things. Yang Ming said coldly. Wow, I have never seen a student like you. You made a mistake, but you don't admit it. You dare to control me? Vice Principal Su pointed at Yang Ming and said to the school's principal, "Principal, you see this? This student was already so mischievous. Not only did he cheat to ask for leave to go out and play, he still didn't know how to repent. If I don't expel him today, I won't be the principal anymore." The principal didn't say anything. Although Yang Ming's attitude wasn't good, the principal knew that Vice Principal Su was using this as an excuse to attack Lu Weishan. Therefore, he didn't want to participate in this kind of thing. He was about to retire. Participating in this kind of unnecessary dispute was simply asking for trouble. The headmaster didn't speak, but Yang Ming laughed first. "I want to see how you are going to expel me. I didn't do anything wrong, so why are you expelling me? It doesn't matter to me whether you become the vice principal or not, but if you want to expel me, you have to give me a solid reason." Good. Vice Principal Su's face turned green with anger. If I don't give you a reason, I'm afraid you won't accept it. Then let me ask you, what did you do when you asked for leave? What did I do when I asked for leave? There's no need to report to you, right? I asked for leave to do my own things. Otherwise, why would I ask for leave? Yang Ming said faintly. Everyone has the right to privacy. Don't tell me you don't know that. Right to privacy? Do you know what your identity is now? Your identity is a student, so your main task is to study. You doing things other than studying is not a proper job. Since you don't want to say what you did, then I can only treat it as you doing things that have nothing to do with studying. Okay, I'm informing you now that you are expelled. Vice Principal Su said in one breath. I didn't tell you because there are confidentiality rules. Why can't be said casually? Yang Ming said faintly. I don't know why you don't want to let me go. Our department head didn't say anything. What do you mean by this? Are you targeting me? Or do you have other motives? Confidentiality rules? Who do you think you are? Are you a spy or a spy? Are you in the intelligence business? Vice Principal Su listened to Yang Ming's words as if he heard the funniest thing. He laughed. Not only am I going to expel you, but I will also hold your department head responsible. She is derelict in her duty. It just so happens that I have a relative who is also in the computer science department. After taking Xiaoqing down, I can let my relative replace her. It's really killing two birds with one stone. Vice Principal Su was proud. I really killed two birds with one stone. Killing two birds with one stone. What did I do when I asked for leave? Do you really want to know? Yang Ming asked faintly. It's fine if you don't say it. I already said that you have been expelled. Vice Principal Su said proudly. Since you want to know so much, I still can't tell you. Yang Ming shook his head. If you really want to know, I can only ask for instructions from the higher-ups. Ask for instructions from the higher-ups? What do you mean? What nonsense are you talking about? Vice Principal Su was stunned. He didn't understand what Yang Ming meant. At this time, Yang Ming took out 2 IDs from his pocket and put them in front of Vice Principal Su. Who am I? It is written very clearly here, but I still can't say what I did when I asked for leave. Vice Principal Su saw Yang Ming's 2 IDs and couldn't help but be stunned. But when he saw one of them clearly, his face changed a little. Although he didn't recognize the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's ID, he still recognized the ID belonging to the Army Intelligence Department. At his level, he could naturally see the authenticity of the ID. So, Vice Principal Su was stunned at the time and didn't know what to do. He thought that by using Lu Weishan, his godson, he could achieve his goal. But he didn't expect things to change. Yang Ming took out 2 IDs. Yang Ming revealed his identity at this time. In fact, he had considered it. He was also prepared to go through the suspension procedures in these few days. It was impossible to take a 1-year suspension without special circumstances. So, he was also prepared to let Xia Bingbao negotiate with the school. It would be best if he didn't take a suspension and just asked for leave. He could even graduate early. That would be the best. So, sooner or later, his identity would be made public. These few days wouldn't make much of a difference. This Vice Principal Su was obviously targeting him, which also made Yang Ming annoyed. He wanted to make a fool of himself. His leave was complete, but Vice Principal Su didn't let him go. He turned a deaf ear to those students who skipped class all day to rent accommodation in the off-campus internet cafe. Was this a form of revenge? You were from the army? Vice Principal Su was very surprised by Yang Ming's identity. He couldn't figure it out. Isn't Yang Ming just an ordinary college student? How did he become a member of the army in a blink of an eye? Chapter 1895. Lu Weishan was also very surprised. He didn't expect that Yang Ming actually had such an identity. On the contrary, Xiaoqing knew a lot about Yang Ming, so she wasn't too surprised. She just glared at Yang Ming and complained that he hid it from her. You can say that, but you guessed it before. I'm an agent. Although I have a military identity, I don't belong to the army. Yang Ming said with a smile. So, any mission I perform is confidential. Forgive me for not being able to explain it to you one by one. If you must understand, I can only report to my superior. As for what you said, is the school's matter more important or my matter more important? I can only say that this depends on how you interpret it. Vice Principal Su's sweat immediately came down. It seemed that Yang Ming's identity should also be confidential. He had to ask again and again before Yang Ming said his identity. And Yang Ming's identity was special. He was the kind of secret agent. In this way, didn't I make a mistake? If the superior really investigated, then it wouldn't be good. If I really did it for the good of the school and for the good of Yang Ming and inadvertently knew about Yang Ming's identity, then it would be easy to handle. But I obviously retaliated for my personal interests. As long as the superior sent someone to do a simple investigation, they would be able to find the truth of the matter. At that time, even if I wanted to hide it, I couldn't hide it. As for whether you still want to expel me, I can't do anything about it. I can only let my superior negotiate with the school. Yang Ming said faintly. Vice Principal Su, I have finished my words. I will go first. My superior will contact you. This. Vice Principal Su looked at Yang Ming and didn't know what to say. He knew that this time he really got into trouble. Looking at the leave request in his hand, he had a bigger headache. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have found this trouble. Now it's great. Don't talk about competing with Lu Weishan for the principal position. It's hard to say if I can continue to sit in the position of the vice principal. Although Lu Weishan didn't speak, he was relieved in his heart. He didn't really care if he could become the headmaster. As long as Yang Ming was fine, it was fine. Now, it seemed that this little fellow had exceeded his expectations. The principal, who had been silent all this time, spoke at this time. He sneered, stood up, and said, Vice Principal Su, you are in charge of student Yang Ming's affairs. You should be in charge until the end. But he is serving the country. You should know your place. Vice Principal Su's face was dark, and he sat there silently. He really didn't know what to say. He blamed Fan Jinja in his heart. He was really looking for trouble. If he didn't mention Yang Ming, would he be able to use him to attack Lu Weishan? However, it was too late to regret now. There was no medicine for regret in this world. Vice Principal Su could only brace himself and explain, Principal, I am doing this for the sake of the students. After leaving the principal's conference room, Yang Ming called Xia Bingbao and told him about the school's affairs. Xia Bingbao naturally agreed. In his opinion, this was a trivial matter. At 6 o'clock in the evening, on a highway leading to a suburban villa in Jiangyan City, an Audi A8L overturned into a gully next to the highway. The car flipped over more than 20 times. The car caught fire and caused the fuel tank to explode. None of the 3 people in the car survived. The passengers in the car were Lu Hua, Lu Jinan, and Lu Zhiqiao. In the hotel room, Lu Huamei watched the emergency news broadcast on the news channel. She was so excited that her eyes widened. Her hands gripped the corner of the quilt on the bed tightly. Although this car accident was classified as an accident, Lu Huamei knew that this was not an accident. Yang Ming's subordinate really did it. Moreover, he did it very discreetly. This was something that only a professional assassin could do. Although Lu Huamei did not know how Yang Ming's subordinate did it, the result was good. At this moment, Lu Huamei finally understood why Yang Ming didn't seem to care about the matter that troubled her so much. It turned out that it was so easy to truly solve it. The order that was issued in the morning was completed in the afternoon. Moreover, it was done neatly without a trace of sloppiness. At this moment, Lu Huamei's phone rang. It was Yang Ming calling. "Hubby." Lu Huamei pursed her lips. She used to compromise a little, but now she truly worshipped Yang Ming. She even feared him a little. The ability that Yang Ming displayed was completely beyond Lu Huamei's expectations. "Did you see the news?" Yang Ming frowned when he heard Lu Huamei call him that, but he did not correct her. "I saw it. Thank you." Lu Huamei's thank you came from the bottom of her heart. She had her revenge. She had finally gotten her revenge. Moreover, the group would definitely fall into Lu Huamei's hands once Lu Hua's family died. Lu Huamei would definitely become the group's chairman. "I don't need to do anything for the rest, right?" Yang Ming asked. "You can tell Jing Xiaolu how much money you need. However, I'm too lazy to intervene in your group's internal affairs. I don't have the time to intervene either. I can do all of this." Lu Huamei did not want Yang Ming to look down on her. If she could not handle things until now, then she was too incompetent. "Okay," Yang Ming said. "I may have to leave for a while. I'll be with Jing Xiaolu and support each other. And don't worry, I, Lu Huamei, am already Yang Ming's woman. Then the money in my hands is also yours. Jing Xiaolu and I will not share it," Lu Huamei said firmly. She was a person who kept her word. Moreover, she also thought that being Yang Ming's woman was really a happy thing. If there was trouble, she did not have to worry about it. Yang Ming could shelter her from the wind and rain. And Yang Ming did not say anything more and hung up the phone. Xia Bingbao quickly solved the problem in Yang Ming's school. Vice Principal Su's act of using his power for personal revenge was still investigated. Although it was not to the extent of expelling him, he was not suitable to be a vice principal. He was assigned to the school's research institute as an idle vice director. It was equivalent to letting him retire with dignity. Fan Jinjin naturally did not know the secret. After his fourth uncle was transferred, he hated Fan Jinja and would not see him again. Therefore, Fan Jinja only thought that his fourth uncle did not win against Yang Ming's godfather, Lu Weishan. While he was unhappy, he was also thinking about how to retaliate against Yang Ming. Feng Juning was Fan Jinja's underling. He was Fan Jinja's high school buddy. However, unlike Fan Jinja, who was admitted to university and studied as a graduate student, he started a small business after graduating from high school. However, this business was not a legal business. Chapter 1896. Feng Juning opened an audio and video club to sell pornographic CDs. Later, it was shut down by the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Not only was he fined, but he was also sent to the police station. After he was released, Feng Juning had nothing, so he turned to his high school buddy, Fan Jinja. Fan Jinja had just set up a company, so he needed someone to follow him around. It was better to use someone familiar, so he got Feng Juning to his side. Although Feng Juning was not very capable, he had a lot of ideas. He also helped Fan Jinja's company gain a lot of benefits. At least, Feng Juning was good at tax evasion. Fan Jinja didn't manage to mess with Yang Ming, so he sat in the office gloomily. A while ago, not only did he have to pay a lot of money because Yang Ming made up some nonsense about a vengeful spirit, but he was also beaten up by Yang Ming's driver, Little Wang. This made Fan Jinja's anger towards Yang Ming reach the extreme. "Brother Zhe, what's wrong with you? I saw you sulking in the office all morning." "What happened?" asked Feng Juning. "Don't mention it. I'm so unlucky." Fan Jinja shook his head. "Brother Zhe, what's the matter? Tell me, and I'll help you figure it out." Feng Juning asked, "Don't forget, my name is Feng Juning." "Why?" "Because I can do anything." "Right, I forgot about you, the think tank." Fan Jinja nodded. "Then I'll tell you. Here's the thing. Do you remember the Yang Ming I told you about before?" "I remember. Didn't you ask your fourth uncle's vice principal to deal with him?" "Why? He's not easy to deal with." Feng Juning naturally knew about Yang Ming. He knew about the dispute between Fan Jinja and Yang Ming very well. The idea of asking his fourth uncle to deal with Yang Ming was his idea. AI, don't mention it. My fourth uncle didn't win against Yang Ming's godfather, Liu Weishan. He was transferred to a research institute under the school to retire. Fan Jinja shook his head. It seems that it's impossible to deal with Yang Ming through the school. This time, his godfather will definitely be the principal. We can't do anything. This is really difficult. Feng Juning frowned. Logically, his girlfriend should be angry after knowing about Zhaoying. Why would she ask someone to beat you up? This was something that Feng Jio couldn't figure out. He felt that there was something strange going on, but he couldn't figure it out. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. What a lunatic. Fan Jinja scolded angrily. How about we don't play these dirty tricks anymore? Calm. What kind of tricks? Fan Jinja was stunned and asked with some doubts. How about this? You and Yang Ming have a challenge. You challenge Yang Ming. Make an agreement that whoever loses will stay away from Zhao Ying in the future. Feng Juning said after thinking about it. I challenge Yang Ming? Fan Jinja shook his head immediately. You don't know? That Yang Ming is also very powerful. The school's Taekwondo club's president and vice president were beaten to a pulp. How can I be his opponent? We have to play some tricks here. Feng Juning said with a smile. Although you challenged him openly, you didn't say that you would accept the challenge personally. When the time comes, you can find a master to fight with him. He can't say anything. As long as we are careful and play a word game with him, he can only accept the challenge. Yeah, that's a good idea. When Fan Jinja heard it, he suddenly felt that this method was feasible, so he patted Feng Juning's shoulder and said with appreciation, Juning, you are really capable. That's right. Feng Juning nodded. Brother Zhe, we could add a more ruthless condition at that time. The loser not only has to stay away from Zhao Ying, but also has to strip naked and run around the playground. Oh, Fan Jinja was stunned. Run around naked? Yeah, Brother Zhe. Think about it. If Yang Ming were to run around naked, how would he have the face to continue staying in this school? Won't he be laughed at by his classmates when he goes out? Even if his face is big, he can't stand it. He can only transfer schools by then. Feng Juning laughed. Damn, Juning, your idea is ruthless, but I'm afraid that Yang Ming won't agree. Fan Jinja was a little worried that Yang Ming would not accept the challenge. Don't worry about this. We can hype it up on the campus BBS first. If he doesn't accept the challenge, doesn't it mean that he is afraid? Then he will be even more embarrassed. Even if we can't achieve the ultimate goal, we can humiliate him and let Brother Zhe vent your anger. Feng Juning said indifferently. As for how to make Yang Ming leave Zhaoying, we will think of a way next time. Anyway, isn't Brother Zhe's ultimate goal this time to teach Yang Ming a lesson? That's true. Fan Jinja nodded. In this way, we have nothing to lose. It seems that this idea is good. Then it's settled. By the way, Yang Ming's skills are not weak. He can even defeat the president of the Taekwondo club. Ordinary people can't be his opponent. Where can we find someone who can defeat Yang Ming? Since I have the confidence to come up with this idea, I naturally have the confidence to find this person. Feng Juning smiled mysteriously. I have a distant relative who fights in the underground. He is very famous in the southern V city. His name is Feng Sibiao. As long as we can afford it, he will definitely help us fight. Really? That's great. Fan Jinja heard that he was an underground fighter. He must be very powerful. Although he had not come into contact with that industry, he had heard a little about it. The people who fought in the underground were all fearless. They could die in the ring at any time. So these people were also quite fierce. Not to mention an ordinary student like Yang Ming. Even a national-level Taekwondo master might not be his opponent, because they did not follow the rules when they fought. It was a life-and-death battle. So, with such a master, Fan Jinja was not worried that he would lose. Of course, although we don't have much contact, we are relatives after all. We can still contact each other. Feng Juning nodded. Money is not a problem. The key is, what if he kills Yang Ming? You know, isn't it illegal to kill someone? Fan Jinja asked with some worry. It's okay. I will tell him not to hit too hard. People like them know their limits. At most, they will injure him, but they won't kill him. Feng Jioning said. Besides, he will be the one who kills him. What does it have to do with us? Chapter 1897. That's true. We just invited him to fight. What does it have to do with us if he accidentally injures someone? Thinking of this, Fan Jinja actually hoped that Feng Xibiao would kill Yang Ming, because if he killed Yang Ming, he would be done with it once and for all. However, he also knew that this was just wishful thinking. Even if he wanted to, Feng Xibiao wouldn't agree. It didn't matter if someone was killed in an underground fight, but if someone was killed in public, it would be a big deal. Feng Juning was indeed Feng Juning. He quickly contacted his distant relative. Although they were relatives, the other party was not hesitant. He was willing to fight, but the appearance fee was 200,000 yuan. Although Fan Jinja was a little distressed, he agreed when he thought that he could get rid of Yang Ming. After finding the person to fight, the next step was to create hype on the school's BBS. Feng Juning spent money to hire some idle young people in the internet cafe and began a post on the school's BBS. Soon, Fan Jinja's post became a hot post. Fan Jinja's post was written by Feng Jio. It was written very hot-bloodedly and passionately, but it was also very skillful. It directly stated that he wanted to challenge Yang Ming. The loser not only had to run naked, but also stay away from Zhao Ying. However, it did not say that Fan Jinja would personally fight with Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't know about the battle post that was trending on the school's BBS. Although Yang Ming did not pay attention to it, others were very concerned about it. Yang Ming was a well-known figure in Songjiang Industry University. Previously, he beat up the president and vice president of the Taekwondo club by himself. This was already a very badass legend. Later, he performed a knife-throwing performance at the school's art festival, which made Yang Ming even more popular. Originally, Fan Jinja also hired a bunch of people to hype up Feng Jio's post. However, the development of the matter was beyond his expectations. The challenge post did not require much effort from his own people, and countless people had already replied to support it. This was a good sign, as it could force Yang Ming to respond. However, what made Fan Jinja depressed was that most of these students were supporting Yang Ming. This was because many of them were optimistic about Yang Ming. They felt that Fan Jinja was a fool for daring to challenge Yang Ming. Was he courting death? It was such an idiotic behavior that could not be any more idiotic. Motherfucker, these little brats are actually supporting Yang Ming. I didn't expect Yang Ming to be so popular. Fan Jinja looked at the replies on the battle post gloomily. Although Yang Ming had yet to respond, many people had predicted that Fan Jinja would definitely lose. Hey, what do they know? Feng Jio smiled and said, they're all a bunch of ignorant people. Brother Zhe, why should you lower yourself to their level? That's true, but I still feel a little uncomfortable. Looking at these posts makes me feel annoyed. Why don't we let our gunners also post and support my victory? Fan Jinja suggested. No, you can't do that. Feng Jio quickly shook his head when he heard it. Brother Zhe, we don't need to do that. Why? No one knows that we did it anyway. Fan Jinja asked in confusion. Brother Zhe, what's the old saying? The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Feng Jio waved his hand and explained, think about it. Now that everyone is supporting Yang Ming, Yang Ming's popularity has reached the peak. Even Yang Ming thought that he would definitely win. In the end, we suddenly defeated him. How big is the gap? How big is the gap in the hearts of his supporters? They will definitely not be able to accept it. The person they're optimistic about is lost. This is simply a great shame. And in this way, Yang Ming will probably not have the face to stay in this school. He was originally a high and mighty figure, but he suddenly fell and became a loser. He will definitely be ashamed and won't have the face to compete with you for Zhao Ying. And then, Fan Jinja patted Feng Jio's shoulder in surprise after he heard it. Well said. Feng Jio, you are so capable. This is a good idea. The higher you climb, the more painful it will be when you fall. That's right. Otherwise, why would I be called Feng Jio? Brother Ning is quite capable when it comes to doing things. Feng Jio said proudly. And what did you say? Fan Jinja frowned when he heard Feng Jio call himself Brother Nung. This kid dares to call himself a brother in front of me? Ugh, I said it wrong. In front of Brother Jia, I am a younger brother. Feng Jio was shocked. He was too proud just now and almost made Fan Jinja feel disgusted. However, in front of outsiders, you are also a brother. You are under one person and above everyone else. Fan Jinja was in a good mood, so he didn't care about this with Feng Jio. Instead, he was so happy that he couldn't control himself. When the challenge post was sent out, Yang Ming was at home with Chen Mingyin, Zhou Jiajia, and Lin Jiyun. Looking at the three people's happy faces, Yang Ming wanted to say something several times, but stopped. He didn't tell Chen Mingyin and the others that he was leaving because Chen Mingyin and the other's psychological endurance was not as strong as Zhao Ying, Jing Xiaolu, and the others. Yang Ming was afraid that they would do something irrational on impulse. However, Yang Ming knew that his days at home were numbered. It could be seen from Xia Bingbao's attitude when he talked to him that his trip to Yunnan was imminent. Mingyin. Yang Ming hesitated and decided to speak. This matter had to be said sooner or later. If he said it earlier, he could win their support. Otherwise, if he said it before he left, it would be difficult for him if the three people really didn't let him go. And what's wrong? Chen Mingyin and Lin Jiyun were discussing how to knit a sweater for Yang Ming, while Zhou Jiajia was helping them design the pattern. Knitting sweaters was rare for the current standard of living. After all, the workmanship and cost of the factory assembly line were far lower than handmade. However, when a girl knitted a sweater for a boy, it often represented a different meaning. It was full of deep love. Yang Ming wanted to talk about his own matters, but the phone in his pocket rang. Yang Ming glanced at the caller ID on the phone and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was really what he was afraid of. The call was from Xia Bingbao. I'll answer the call first. Yang Ming nodded to Chen Mingyin and the others, stood up, and walked out of the living room. Chen Mingyin was slightly stunned. Under normal circumstances, Yang Ming wouldn't answer the phone behind her back. Why did Yang Ming go out to answer the phone this time? Moreover, Yang Ming's expression just now seemed a bit weird. He seemed to want to say something, but stopped. Thinking of this, Chen Mingyin couldn't help but be suspicious. She wasn't suspicious of Yang Ming, but she was completely curious. She glanced at Zhou Jiajia and Lin Jiyun and said, I'm going to the bathroom. Chapter 1898. Then, Chen Mingyin tiptoed and followed Yang Ming out of the living room. Zhou Jiajia and Lin Jiyun didn't notice anything wrong. The two were completely immersed in the joy of designing sweaters. When they heard Chen Mingyin say that she was going to the bathroom, they didn't care. They continued to be busy with the things at hand. Yang Ming didn't expect Chen Mingyin to follow him. It wasn't that his vigilance had deteriorated, but this was his own home. Yang Ming had installed anti-theft devices outside. As long as someone approached the villa, Yang Ming would receive an early warning signal. Everyone in the house was family. Yang Ming didn't need to be on guard all the time. It was too tiring to live like that. Brother Xia. Yang Ming picked up the phone. Yang Ming, the time has been determined. After 3 days, we will gather in Yanjing City. Xia Bingbao finished speaking and fell into silence. Oh, I got it. Yang Ming pondered for a moment, but he smiled. Boo. Xia Bingbao breathed a sigh of relief. I was really afraid that you, kid, would regret it at the last minute. Things have to be solved. If I don't go, who will? Yang Ming shrugged. I've already thought it through. It's good that you have thought it through. However, in these few days, you should arrange things at home. Once you leave, Xia Bingbao didn't continue. In fact, he didn't have any confidence in this operation. After all, the enemy they were dealing with was already an inhuman existence. I understand, Yang Ming said faintly. I don't ask for much. After I leave, I don't want my family to be hurt. Fatty has returned to China. Thanks to you, he has been promoted. He will be sent to your province as the person in charge of the local supernatural investigation bureau. Xiao Bingbao didn't say it clearly, but he believed that Yang Ming understood what he meant. Fatty is back. Yang Ming was slightly stunned, but he also understood Xiao Bingbao's arrangement. Fatty was the contact person of the field team that Yang Ming met in Las Vegas. If it weren't for Yang Ming, Fatty would have to bear a lot of responsibility. After all, Li Jianxi died in his hands. But now, it seemed that not only was he fine, but he was also promoted. It was probably because he gave him face. When the Fatty took office, Xiao Bingbao had already hinted to him. Furthermore, his purpose for coming here could not be any more obvious, and that was to bear the responsibility of protecting Yang Ming's family. The status of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau was very aloof. It was not under the jurisdiction of either the military or the government. It was directly responsible to the higher-ups. Regardless of whether it was the military or the government, they only had the right to cooperate with the investigation and did not have the right to interfere. If the Fatty was here to escort him, Yang Ming was relieved. He is back. He will probably be there tomorrow. He will contact you. Xiao Bingbao laughed. However, I can't trouble him for everything. After all, this identity is a secret. Is there anyone in the local political world who can help us? Yang Ming was still a little worried. After all, there were too many small people who didn't open their eyes. It was fine if Yang Ming was here, but once Yang Ming was gone, there would be some trouble. No. Do you have any relatives in the political world? I can help you to act as the peripheral contact of our Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Xiao Bingbao readily agreed. He also knew that if he put it bluntly, Yang Ming was making arrangements for his funeral. Only when the funeral was arranged, there would be no worries. Therefore, if Xiao Bingbao could help, he would try to help Yang Ming deal with it. My father-in-law is the deputy chief of the Songjiang City Police Station, but he may be the chief. Yang Ming thought about it. Only Chen Mingyin's father, Chun Fei, was a person in the political world. There was no one else. And people in the military and police world just meet our requirements. It doesn't take much effort for them to take on a part-time position on our side, Xiao Bingbao said. Xiao Bingbao said, I will go and do some activities. The local position will also be promoted accordingly. Then, I will trouble Brother Xia. Yang Ming sighed. There is nothing else. Oh, if you have other things, tell me quickly. I will do it together. Otherwise, I won't be able to say it even if I want to. Xiao Bingbao felt that Yang Ming's request was really little. Most people would ask for a large amount of settlement fee, right? However, thinking about Yang Ming's net worth, money was probably nothing to Yang Ming. No, I'm just worried about my family. I have nothing else to worry about. Yang Ming said, see you in Yinjing 3 days later. That's good. If there is anything, call me again. Xiao Bingbao didn't say much. After putting down the phone, Yang Ming sighed and put away the phone. He turned around and was about to go back to the living room, but he was shocked to find that Chun Mingyan was standing behind him. Mingyan, Yang Ming was stunned, and his expression suddenly became a little unnatural. Yang Ming, you have something to hide from me, right? You're going to Yinjing in 3 days? What are you going to do? You mentioned my father again. Who are you calling? Chun Mingyan originally thought that Yang Ming was secretly calling a beauty, but it was not like that at all. Chun Mingyan's heart suddenly tightened, because the content of Yang Ming's phone call was really weird. Hide? Oh, I guess so. Yang Ming saw that Chun Mingyan had heard the content of his phone call, and there was nothing to hide. Moreover, Yang Ming originally planned to tell Chun Mingyan about his own matters. Yang Ming, what the hell is the matter with you? Chun Mingyan held Yang Ming's hand. Don't scare me. Actually, it's nothing. Aren't I afraid that you will be worried? But it's not a big deal. Yang Ming said casually. Not a big deal. Chun Mingyan had some doubts again. Let's go. Let's talk inside. I also want to talk to Jiyun and Jiajia. Yang Ming held Chen Mingyin's shoulder and pushed her into the living room. Chen Mingyin's face was full of doubts, but since Yang Ming didn't say it, she couldn't ask. She could only wait for Yang Ming to say the reason. Yang Ming sat on the sofa, and Chen Mingyin also carefully sat next to Yang Ming. Jun, Jia, put down the things in your hands first. I have something to tell you. Yang Ming's expression suddenly became serious, and it shocked Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jia. When did Yang Ming talk to them so seriously? Every time, he spoke softly, but this time it was so serious. Yang Ming, what's the matter? Lin Jiyun was shocked. She carefully looked at Yang Ming and asked. Zhou Jia also looked at Yang Ming nervously. She didn't know what happened. Actually, in addition to my identity as a student, I still have another identity. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said, Other identity? Zhou Jia and Lin Jiyun were both stunned. Only Chen Mingyin looked at Yang Ming thoughtfully. Chapter 1899. That's right. In fact, my hidden identity is a national agent. As Yang Ming said this, he took out the 2 IDs that he showed to Vice Principal Su today and placed them in front of Chen Mingyin, Zhou Jia, and Lin Jiyun. This is... The 3 of them quickly opened the 2 IDs carefully and looked at them. When they saw that the photo was Yang Ming's, the 3 of them finally believed Yang Ming's words. Yang Ming was actually an agent. Of course, they wouldn't think that Yang Ming simply took out 2 fake IDs to deceive the 3 of them, because Yang Ming wouldn't be so bored to such an extent. Moreover, because of their unconditional trust in Yang Ming, they wouldn't think so. This matter was originally confidential, but in a few days, I have to perform a mission. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said, So, even if Mingyin didn't notice that I was on the phone, I still had to tell you. Is this mission very dangerous? Chen Mingyin suddenly understood the meaning of Yang Ming's previous phone call. She said in her heart, Why do I feel so depressed? It turns out that Yang Ming is actually making arrangements for his funeral. Which mission isn't dangerous? Yang Ming smiled faintly and said, I have performed a lot of dangerous missions before, but you should believe in your husband's skills. No matter how dangerous the mission is, for me, it's just floating clouds. Then this time, Chen Mingyin was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that Yang Ming had performed many dangerous missions before. Sometimes when I tell you that I have to go out to do something, it is actually to perform a mission. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said, The last time I went to Las Vegas, it was actually to perform a very dangerous mission. Of course, the danger is equivalent to others. For your husband, it's all trash. Yang Ming deliberately said it casually so that the 3 of them could rest assured. If he directly said that it was very dangerous and they might lose their lives, the 3 of them would definitely not accept it. It was better to tell them step by step and let them accept it bit by bit. You haven't said what's different this time. Although Chen Mingyin listened to Yang Ming's explanation, it seemed that this mission wasn't a big deal. Her heart was still faintly uneasy. She felt that this matter wasn't as simple as before. If you want to say that it's different, it is really different. Yang Ming deliberately sighed. Mingyin, you just heard my phone call, right? In your opinion, I seem to be making arrangements for my funeral, right? And you are really making arrangements for your funeral? Chen Mingyin exclaimed and stood up abruptly. She looked at Yang Ming in horror. It can be considered as making arrangements for my funeral, but this funeral isn't the kind of funeral that I will die for. Yang Ming smiled and explained, Mingyin, don't be excited. Listen to me. What kind of funeral is that? It's already a funeral. Is there a difference? Chen Mingyin was still very excited. Suddenly, she took the 2 IDs on the table in a childish manner. I will confiscate your IDs. You're not allowed to go. I will hide it for you. Let's see how you can go. Zhou Jia and Lin Jiyun were also very anxious and worried about Yang Ming, but they didn't ask. After all, the 2 of them usually followed Chen Mingyin. Since Chen Mingyin asked, they only had to listen to Yang Ming's answer. They didn't have to ask personally. Yang Ming looked at Chun Mingyin's behavior. He couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. Isn't this Chun Mingyin too childish? She actually thought of the idea of hiding the ID. However, it was useless to hide the ID. Who didn't know Yang Ming? Xia Bingbao probably wouldn't check Yang Ming's ID at all. It was the same whether Yang Ming had the ID or not. Mingyin, don't worry. Listen to me. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. For example, if you want to go abroad to study, you can also say that you will make arrangements for your funeral before you leave. This funeral refers to the family matters after you study abroad. So, it has a different meaning from the funeral after you die. Then you tell me. What is the difference between this time and the past? Chun Mingyin listened to Yang Ming's explanation and breathed a sigh of relief. This time, I am afraid that I will be gone for a long time. The shortest is 3 months. The longest is 1 year. Even 5 years or 10 years is possible, said Yang Ming. What? 5 years or 10 years? Chun Mingyin widened her eyes and looked at Yang Ming. The tears in her eyes couldn't help but fall. Yang Ming, you didn't lie to me? You have to go for so long? And I didn't lie to you? So, before I leave, I must arrange for my funeral, hee. Yang Ming laughed. Why are you going for so long? No, you can't go. I won't let you go. Chun Mingyin was anxious. She didn't look like an elder sister anymore. She hugged Yang Ming and wouldn't let go no matter what. Mingyin, good Mingyin, don't cry. Yang Ming patted Chun Mingyin's back and carefully comforted. Mingyin, everyone has their own social responsibilities. Since I am in this position, I have to do what I need to do. But how can you be gone for so long? What should we do? Chun Mingyin was anxious. No, you can let others go. Anyway, you can't go. Let others go. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Mingyin, you are not a child. How can you say this? Others don't have girlfriends? Others don't have relatives and children? Then, I don't care. Anyway, you can't go. Chun Mingyin was anxious. She hugged Yang Ming and wouldn't let go no matter what. Mingyin, haven't you heard a song? Yang Ming calmly sang a familiar lyric. If you don't carry a gun, I don't carry a gun. Who will protect the motherland? Who will protect the home? Chun Mingyin naturally heard this song. Moreover, children born in a military and police family were naturally more exposed to this type of song. Mingyin, think about it. When you go to catch the bad guys, can your father not go? Can he hide at home and accompany you and your mother? Yang Ming explained, at that time, your mother also pestered Uncle Chun like this and didn't let him go. But when I was young, every time my father went on a mission, my mother and I couldn't sleep at night. We were scared at home. I don't want this feeling anymore. I don't want you to be like this. Chun Mingyin remembered the childhood and cried even more sadly. Mingyin, for this matter, whether it is public or private, I have to go. Only I am qualified for this task. Yang Ming continued. Public or private? Chun Mingyin was stunned. What does this have to do with private? Public, I already have the identity of an agent. Where I am needed, I naturally have to stand up and do it. Yang Ming explained, private. The enemy this time is also my old opponent, Elder Yu. Chapter 1900. Elder Yu. Chun Mingyin exclaimed. Obviously, she knew something about Elder Yu before. The one who came to our Songjiang before. Chun Afyu is his disciple. And that's it. Yang Ming said, last time in Songjiang, he already had a grudge with me. So this time to deal with him, I naturally have to go too. Moreover, he is also Lan Ling's enemy. After I defeat him, Lan Ling can come back. It turns out to be because of Lan Ling. Chun Mingyin was suddenly a little jealous, but after listening to Yang Ming's explanation, she didn't have such a strong objection to Yang Ming going to perform this mission. After all, although she was Yang Ming's official girlfriend, when it came to the order of being with Yang Ming, Lin Jiyun was the first and Lan Ling was the second. Chun Mingyin was just a latecomer. You can say that. Yang Ming nodded. She is my woman, so I must bring her back. Your woman. Chun Mingyin listened to Yang Ming's words and was somewhat uncomfortable. Ming Yin, not only Lan Ling, but if anything happens to you, I won't just ignore it. No matter how dangerous it is, I will rush up. Yang Ming said very seriously. Just like if something happened to Zhou, Jiejia's father, I will not shirk my responsibility. This is my obligation, and it is the same for everyone. Then, when you are there, you must be careful. You have to contact us more. Chen Mingyan heard that Yang Ming's opponent was Elder Yu, so she also put down some worries. After all, the last time Elder Yu was in Songjiang, he was defeated by Yang Ming. With such a precedent, in Chen Mingyan's view, this Elder Yu's level shouldn't be good. He was just a little cunning. Since Yang Ming could defeat him once, he could defeat him a second time. The reason why Yang Ming said that he would go for so long might be because this Elder Yu ran fast. It was not easy to track him, so he had to fight a protracted battle. I will definitely be careful, but I can't contact him. In the mountains over there, there's no cell phone signal, and the opponent is very cunning. We can't let him intercept our communication with the outside world, Yang Ming said with some apologies. However, he saw that Chen Mingyan misunderstood that his opponent, Elder Yu, wasn't a very powerful opponent, so he was relieved and didn't explain more. That was even better. They wouldn't have to worry when the time came. I see. Chen Mingyan nodded reluctantly, but she wasn't an unreasonable person. She also understood the discipline during the mission. She couldn't turn on a mobile phone and couldn't contact the outside world. Her father used to often participate in the task force. The longest time was when he didn't contact the family for a few months. Because it was strictly confidential, Chen Mingyan could understand. It was just that her father was like this, and so was her lover. Chen Mingyan felt that it was a bit unfair. Why is my family like this? Yeah, but you can rest assured. Tomorrow night, I will introduce a person to you. He is also a person inside our system. You can confirm my information and whereabouts directly from him. The person Yang Ming was talking about was Fatty. He was going to introduce Fatty to Chen Mingyan and others. He also wanted to let Shan Fei know in advance, so that if there were any problems in the family in the future, he could go directly to Fatty to solve it. Okay then. Chen Mingyan heard Yang Ming's determination. She also knew that Yang Ming wouldn't break the discipline because of her. That was impossible. So, she didn't insist. I knew it. My little Mingyan is the most sensible. Yang Ming smiled and pinched Chen Mingyan's delicate little face. Aya, what are you doing? Chen Mingyan was a little shy because of Yang Ming's action. Now that I have finished talking to you, accompany me home tonight and talk to my parents. They are old. I am afraid that they can't accept it. The three of you have to help. Yang Ming said to Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejia. Chen Mingyan helped Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia to answer what they wanted to ask. In fact, their love for Yang Ming was the same, so what they wanted to say was similar. At this time, Yang Ming had already explained to Chen Mingyan, which was equivalent to explaining it to them. And Chen Mingyan nodded. But if you leave for 10 years, how can we live? At that time, when you come back, won't we be old and weary? When Yang Ming heard Chen Mingyan's words, he couldn't help but laugh. Mingyan, you are only 20 years old now. Even if you leave for 10 years, you will only be 30 years old. How can you be old and weary? Look at Sister Xiaoqing. She is already 31 years old. Isn't she about the same age as you? Can't you see how old she is? That's true. But Sister Xiaoqing takes good care of herself. We can't say for sure. When Chen Mingyan talked about Sister Xiaoqing, she couldn't help but be envious. Then you should ask Sister Xiaoqing when you are free. See how she takes good care of herself. Yang Ming was happy that these women could get along well with each other after he left. He believed that after a period of time, they would accept each other. It's scary when I think about it. 10 years. How do you want us to live? Chen Mingyan was reluctant when she thought of the long wait. If you can't wait, you can also remarry. Yang Ming smiled and said, Damn you, Yang Ming. What did you say? Chen Mingyan was anxious. Am I so easy to change my mind? I will strangle you. As Chen Mingyan said, she pinched Yang Ming's soft flesh. Ugh! Yang Ming quickly dodged but his expression was serious. I'm telling the truth. Jian, Jia, if you meet the right person, don't wrong yourself. Find your own happiness as soon as possible. Lin Jian quickly shook her head and waved her hand. She was somewhat incoherent. I won't. I will wait for you. Zhou Jia also said firmly. I have died once for you. How can I change my mind? If I could change my mind, I would have changed long ago. It's okay. I can wait for so many years. I will continue to wait now. Zhou Jia's persistence made Chen Mingyan feel a little touched. Yes, Zhou Jia waited for so many years to get Yang Ming's love. Moreover, she can continue to wait now. Why can't I? Thinking of this, Chen Mingyan had no complaints. Loving a person is to sacrifice for him. Chen Mingyan also felt at this moment that 10 years wasn't a long time. If two people love each other for a long time, why would they be together day and night? Yang Ming, I will wait for you too. I will wait for you to come back. I'm still waiting for you to fulfill your promise. You have to marry me. Chen Mingyan raised her head and looked at Yang Ming tenderly and firmly. Chapter 1901. Oh, okay. Yang Ming nodded. Since we don't have any differences in opinion, let's pack up and prepare to go back. Yang Ming was going to take the three people back home in the evening and then confess his own matters to his parents. At the same time, he also let the three people know. However, because Chen Mingyan heard his phone call and had some accidents, he told the three women in advance. However, it also saved some trouble. When he confessed to his parents in the evening, with the help of the three people, it should be easier for his parents to accept it. The reason why Yang Ming hadn't told his parents about his matters was that he was afraid that his parents would be worried if they knew too early. The people that Yang Ming couldn't let go, in addition to his own women, were his parents. His parents were old. If something really happened to him, they would probably be heartbroken in the future. However, if Elder Yu wasn't eliminated, he would always be a scourge. Although Yang Ming wasn't a hero, he was also a responsible person. Even if there was no hatred with Elder Yu, as long as the country needed Yang Ming would not shirk his duty. Even the inexplicable center, Yang Ming didn't intend to let it go easily. After all, the only one who could compete with him was Yang Ming himself. If Yang Ming didn't make a move, no one could do anything to the center. Yang Ming could ignore murderers, robbers, and the like. It wasn't that he didn't have kindness, but he was just a person after all. He wasn't Superman. These things would be handled by the police. But Elder Yu, and even the center, if he didn't do it himself, he could only let them do whatever they wanted. Therefore, in this case, Yang Ming had to stand up. This was what an indomitable man should do. Although Yang Ming seemed to be bargaining with Xia Bingbao before leaving. In fact, even if Xia Bingbao didn't agree to Yang Ming's conditions, Yang Ming would still make a move. This was because Yang Ming knew very well that the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. The conditions that Yang Ming fought for were basically for his family and women. Yang Ming didn't want them to be harassed by his enemies after he left, so Yang Ming sometimes overdid it. But, presumably, Xia Bingbao also understood. There was a reason why Yang Ming decided to tell his parents the truth tonight. It was because Xia Bingbao called. Yang Ming was about to embark on his journey in 3 days. He didn't know when he could come back. Moreover, whether he could come back was also a problem, so Yang Ming had to give his parents an explanation. In the evening, Yang Ming drove Chen Mingyan, Lin Jian, and Zhou Jia back to the community of the Songjiang bus factory, which was now renamed Mingyang Community. Carrying the gift, he went upstairs with heavy steps. However, his mood was completely different from the heavy steps he took a year ago. A year ago, whenever his steps were heavy, it was because he got into trouble. He was afraid of being scolded by his parents when he returned home. Today, he was no longer afraid of being scolded by his parents. Instead, he was afraid that his parents would be sad. Mother Yang was very surprised. Why did my son come back today? The two elders were very familiar with Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiajia, and Lin Jiyun. They had been wondering how Yang Ming managed to handle the relationship between the three of them. The three of them were now as close as sisters. They didn't fight for anything. Chen Mingyan also acted like an elder sister. Neither of the two younger sisters would be jealous of each other. Big Ming, why did you come back today? Your dad and I want to go out for dinner tonight, so we didn't prepare dinner. Mother Yang opened the door and looked at her son strangely. Mom, I missed you and Dad, so I came back to see you. Yang Ming put the gift in his hand on the ground and said to his mother, good for you, Big Ming. Why did you bring a gift home? Are you rusty after not coming back for such a long time? What are you doing? Mother Yang looked at the gift brought by Yang Ming and asked with some surprise. Am I not bringing my wife back home? How can I not bring a gift? As Yang Ming said this, he winked at Chen Mingyan and said, the gift is from them. I'm just acting as a helper. Chen Mingyan immediately understood. She nodded and said, yes, Sandy. This is a small gift from the three of us. If you don't accept it, how would we dare to come here in the future? Good. Since my daughter-in-law bought it for me, then I will accept it no matter what. When she heard that it was prepared by Chen Mingyan and the other two, Mother Yang was overjoyed. She happily put it away and then shouted to the study, Old Yang, Big Ming brought his daughter-in-law to see us. Hurry up and come out. Yang Dahai also heard the sound of the door opening, but he didn't care. He thought it was a neighbor's friend. Mother Yang's job was leisurely. She was the manager of the property company downstairs, so she usually had a good relationship with the aunties in the building. It was common for them to visit each other at night to chat. Yang Dahai naturally didn't care. At this time, when he heard that his son came back with his daughter-in-law, he quickly put down the work in his hand and walked out of the study. When he saw Yang Ming, he couldn't help but smile. Big Ming is back. Mingyan, Jiajia Jiyun, sit down. Come here and treat it like your own home. Don't be restrained. Yang Dahai was also happy that his son found 3 beautiful daughters-in-law. At least he didn't have to worry about the next generation. Now there were a lot of young couples in the Ding tribe who didn't want children. This worried the old people, but Yang Dahai didn't worry about this problem. Anyway, if one didn't want to have children, there were still the other 2. It couldn't be that all 3 of them didn't like to have children, right? Hello, uncle. When Chen Mingyan and the other 2 saw Yang Dahai coming out, they also greeted Yang Dahai politely. Good. Yang Dahai nodded and then asked Mother Yang, have you prepared dinner? No. I was waiting for you to finish your work. Then we will go downstairs to eat. Who knew that Big Ming, this kid, would come back so suddenly? I wasn't prepared. Mother Yang complained to her son. If you don't call me the next time you come back, I won't open the door. Originally, Mother Yang said this as a joke. Yang Ming's expression was stagnant. The expressions of Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiajia, and Lin Jiyun were also somewhat unnatural, because all 4 of them thought of a problem at the same time. The next time they would visit, they didn't know when it would be. Mother Yang saw that both her son and daughter-in-law had this expression. Suddenly, she was stunned. Could this be a misunderstanding? I was just casually joking. You don't have to take it seriously, right? So, she quickly explained, Mom was just joking with you. Why did you take it seriously? Big Ming, what's with your expression? Yang Ming looked at his mother and couldn't help but sigh. He wanted to wait for a while to talk about his own matters, but since his mother had already brought the topic here. Chapter 1902. Yang Ming naturally continued. Mom, I'm afraid this is the last time I come back to see you. I don't know when the next time will be. Mother Yang was stunned. Then she frowned. She seemed to be angry. Big Ming, what do you mean? Mom just said one sentence, and you're angry? Why don't you want to come back? Yang Ming listened to his mother's question and knew that his mother had misunderstood. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Mom, you misunderstood. I'm not angry. I have to leave for a while. Leave for a while? What do you mean? What the hell is going on? Mother Yang was somewhat inexplicable. Actually, this is the case. At this point, Yang Ming could only brace himself and tell the things that he had told Chen Mingyan before. He told them everything in one go, including his identity, the nature of the mission, and even the matter of bringing Lan Ling back. Yang's father and Mother Yang listened to Yang Ming's words. They were surprised and couldn't calm down for a long time. This matter was too weird. Our son was still a college student. How did he suddenly become an agent? Moreover, he had carried out many missions before. Why didn't I know anything? You kid, why did you hide it from me and your dad for so long? Did you grow up and have wings? You don't put me and your dad in your eyes? Mother Yang stared at Yang Ming and asked, "What's the matter with Lan Ling? Are you worthy of Chun Mingyan and the others? You actually found another girl?" Chun Mingyan saw that Mother Yang scolded Yang Ming and mentioned Lan Ling. She quickly explained, "Ani, I know Lan Ling. She was Yang Ming's acquaintance before I established a relationship with him. We had already agreed that we would get along well. Don't be angry with Yang Ming." In fact, Mother Yang wasn't really angry because of Lan Ling, but because Chun Mingyan was next to her. If she didn't do something as a mother-in-law, wouldn't she be indulging her son? So Mother Yang scolded Yang Ming a few times. She didn't expect that Chun Mingyan would help Yang Ming. She couldn't help but be a little surprised. "Mingyan, already know Lan Ling?" Mother Yang suddenly realized that Chun Mingyan and the other two seemed to already know what Yang Ming said, and Yang Ming just told the two elders about it. "But he'll be gone for 5 to 10 years. Isn't that too long?" "No, I won't let you go." Mother Yang was a little anxious. "I will talk to your leader tomorrow to send another person. Why should my son go? My son hasn't graduated from college. He's still a child. How can he perform a task?" "Mom." Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect his mother to oppose so fiercely. "Old woman, don't talk nonsense. Yang Ming is serving the country. How can you stop it?" "If everyone follows your idea, then it won't be good." Yang Dehai was open-minded. After listening to Yang Ming's words, he didn't say much. He just nodded to show his support. His father's open-mindedness was beyond Yang Ming's expectation. In this way, he successfully convinced his parents. "Then I don't care. Why don't others go? Let Yang Ming go." Mother Yang was still unwilling. "This is our glory. To prove that Yang Ming is better than others, then we will let him go. If he can't, then naturally we won't let him go." Yang Dehai stood up and reached out to pat Yang Ming's shoulder. "Son, Dad is proud of you. I was worried that you would become a pest in society, but in this year, you have changed a lot. Not only did you not become a pest in society, but you have become a pillar of the country." "Dad." Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. "Am I so bad?" But thinking about the past, except for fighting, skipping class, and going out to play every day, he didn't do anything serious. To put it nicely, he was a delinquent teenager. To put it bluntly, he was a pest in society. Now, what he was going to do was glorious and great. No wonder his father was so happy. "Yang Dehai, you are open-minded, but listen to it. He has to go for 10 years. How are we going to live for 10 years? How boring would it be if our son is not around?" Although Mother Yang knew that Yang's father was telling the truth, she still had some reluctance. Besides, if he is gone, what about Meng Yin and the others? Let them wait for 10 years. "Ani, we can wait. You can rest assured. We are the daughters-in-law of the Yang family in this life. It won't change." Chun Mingyan held Zhou Jiejia and Lin Jiyun's hands and said softly. Mother Yang listened to Chun Mingyan's words and was very moved. However, this wasn't something that could be solved with just being moved. Mother Yang was still unwilling. "You say, I'm already so old. I am waiting to hold my grandchild as soon as possible. You will be gone for 10 years. Where can I go to hold my grandchild? When you come back, I haven't seen my grandson. Maybe I will be dead." Yang Ming suddenly broke into a sweat. Mother said a bit too much. She was only in her 40s. Even if it was 10 years, she would only be in her 50s. How could she die? She was thousands of miles away from death. People in their 70s or 80s didn't say that they were dead. She was thinking a bit too far. However, Yang Ming also knew that his mother was using this as a pretext. Originally, if he didn't perform this mission, Yang Ming was also prepared to live in seclusion in Island X after graduating from university for 3 to 4 years. Then, he would have a few children and live a happy life. However, This plan changed Yang Ming's original plan. Yang Ming could only give up the original plan. Ani, why don't we have one now? Chen Mingyin gritted her teeth and suddenly looked up. Her eyes were firm and a little shy. Now. Have one. Mother Yang was also stunned by Chen Mingyin's words. Mingyin, you mean you want to have a child now? And I think if Yang Ming is really gone for 10 years, we will be very lonely. It is better to have a child now. At least when I miss Yang Ming, I can see the child. Chen Mingyin said shyly. This was the problem she thought about on the road. Otherwise, she couldn't decide so easily after Mother Yang mentioned it. Chen Mingyin was hesitating about how to say it to Yang Ming. Chen Mingyin's mother brought the topic to this, which saved Chen Mingyin a lot of effort. We also have the same idea. Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jejia said at the same time. The two of them also had the same idea as Chen Mingyin on the road, but they were embarrassed to say it. At this time, since Chen Mingyin mentioned it, then the two of them talked naturally. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.